2024 is the year of elections.
Hello, hello, everybody. Good morning. How are you all doing today? Good to see all of you. Hey, Info Thumb Wars, Cheeseburger Merv. My milkshake brings Elon to the yard, and he's like, buy an emerald mine. And I'm like, can I keep it free of charge? And his, like, goddamn family funded an apartheid state. Well, I mean, all that's true. That didn't really rhyme and wasn't a good song, but it was true. Hello, Tyler. And, Shard Spork, what's up? Iodine and Borderline, Bulletproof Bullet. Yeah, what's happening? Well, as we can see in the title, a lot is happening. A lot of good stuff is happening. The worst people you know are fighting, and that should be a bit heartwarming. But before we get into that one, I feel like since we're nearing the end of the year, it might be, yes, in the flesh. I'm a bit sick today, by the way. Actually, no fans on. It's cold today. It's been incredibly hot throughout the Christmas week. There's been fires breaking out all over Australia, South Australia, Victoria. I believe there's also some in Western Australia, but it's cooled down, at least for the week, so that's nice. Yep, but I think I'm also getting sick. I have a bit of a cough today, so excuse me if I have to mute myself every now and again and cough, but since it's the end of the year, I figure we can do a little bit of a recap first. 2024 in 4 minutes, according to Vox. I have the Aussie version of this as well, and I think it's particularly funny. So we'll watch both of those before we really get into the main good topics. But let's see how this year was. There's a bad flu going around. COVID seems to hit everyone twice in 2 months here. Yes, we're going to talk about the bird flu. Actually, before we do, really quickly, just safety precautions for everybody. If you have a cat that is an indoor-outdoor cat, and you live in the United States, your cat is an indoor cat for a little while. There is bird flu all over the states in wild birds. A cat died in Oregon because of cat food, frozen cat food that came from poultry. So maybe try and get some fish flavored cat food for your cats. Beef is also, it's better than poultry at the moment, but I wouldn't risk it. And wash your hands. It can spread from people to cats. It can spread to you. Although there's several different variants of it going around, and some of them are much less able to spread to people. Hey, Bat Gaz, pleasure to see you as always as well. But yeah, please keep your cats indoors. Make sure that you check the cat food brands. There is a recall on frozen cat food in the US right now. And we'll talk more about the risk of the bird flu. And thank you. I probably will feel better. What I think happened is I just kind of, I spent the last stream yelling too much when we covered the Australian mining lobby, which I'll work on that video and put it out over the weekend because I'm not going to stream tomorrow and give my voice some time to rest. I just couldn't help myself today. There's so much good stuff to talk about. And also, welcome to all of the new subscribers on YouTube. We got a whole bunch after the last couple videos, and I'm really excited to see you all in chat, and I'm really happy to, you know, have you all here. Now, and yes, happy Friday to you guys. Happy Saturday.
2024 is the year of elections, with at least 50 countries around the world going to the polls.
2024 is a year of what-ifs for democracies.
This year's results ended in a strong showing
It has not
for the far
exactly
right
been a great year
across much
overall.
of the European Union.
Democracy
some good
has been
stuff.
surprisingly resilient. The 2024 presidential campaign went from deja vu to utter chaos.
Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Honestly, everything I know about Australian politics is infuriating. I mean, yeah, I can't blame you. Wait, that's copyright music. Come on. Don't do that to me.
At a time when the world
I mean,
is so
liberal
turbulent,
democracy is
the
about to
Olympics allows
collapse.
people around
So,
the globe to
I
share
mean,
some
has been
common
all over.
experiences. But it's athletes creating memorable moments that really got people talking this time.
Well, maybe 2025 will be better. I sure as hell, I'm gonna hope it is, and I'm gonna try and make it better. And Bulletproof Bullet, didn't Germany just dissolve its government as well today? Oh no, Bat Guys, you don't need to give me a reason. I'll find one.
Professional tennis.
Interest in
You know I
women's
can't help
sports
myself.
has never been higher.
I don't care about
I
sports.
didn't know that was happening.
I've seen it, yeah. This summer's music scene has been dominated.
Okay,
by
I
a
feel like
wave
I'm gonna
of
get
young women
copyright strike just for watching this video. Come on, Vox. You can do better.
singers.
Describe.
Very demure. Very.
Beyonce is making history, the first black woman to top the Billboard country
You know
chart.
what? We get up to about here.
Inflation is still too high.
I'm looking for a man in finance. Trust fund.
A multi-state manhunt. A suspect involved in the murder of United Healthcare CEO.
The hottest cold-blooded killer in America.
Another drone-type object traversing this airspace.
Oh, hold on. Actually, on drones, there's something really, really funny that I found that kind of explains quite a lot of this. And I know that it's normal operation, like the government's proceeding as it's going. I just know that you now have an election in February, and that's kind of scary with the AFD rising. But for those who are wondering what the drones are and what some of them might look like, here's an example. Everything's music these days. Love music, but copyright is really annoying. That's how you cause mass panic in your city. Not to say you should, don't do this, but I mean, it worked. That would definitely get a few people taking some shots into the air, depending on where you are in the country.
Microsoft outage is causing problems for airlines, banks, government agencies, and companies around the world.
2 Boeing astronauts stranded on the International Space Station.
That's just the way it goes sometimes.
That is just the way it goes.
We're not flying this year. No, we're postponed until 2025.
It depends on how much they win, though.
Virtually certain 2024
Could be the planet's hottest
Year on record.
We can see that we're not ready for the storms that we're receiving now, and it's going to be worse in the future.
Those in the industry call it a...
Speaking of paying up for climate violence, the one good thing that I didn't think that Kathy Hochul would do passed a very weak law to add, but technically it means that climate change's damages are to be paid for by some of the companies that caused them. We'll see actually how that works out in reality.
A crisis, a sense that the world is lurching from one extreme event to another.
Russia's war in Ukraine enters its 3rd year.
Tens of thousands have been displaced across the Haitian
Jeez, this really was like a bad year, eh?
South Korea's parliament voting to impeach President Yoon Suk Yeol
over his short-lived declaration of martial law.
Israel has expanded its bombardment of Lebanon, striking new areas.
Alleged that Netanyahu Gallant used starvation as a tool of war.
True. I was so proud of all of the college protesters. Oh, holy shit, by the way, I didn't realize we hit 300 followers on Twitch. Thank you guys that subbed while the waiting room was on, actually. That's why I didn't notice. Thank you.
He did not get justice once again.
Yeah, probably.
I don't like that this is a fact of life.
Screw you if you think this is a fact of life that I should just get over.
True.
And they're meant to stay in the Middle East.
Decades of savage, horrific rule over in a matter of days.
We have so much hope. We hope like for better and better future for Syria.
History has
Again,
been
by the
made
way,
in
since we've last checked in with Syria, they seem to be still quite rational in trying to build a state. So that's good.
Mexico. Claudia Sheinbaum has been elected as the country's first ever female president.
Cameroon has become the first country to roll out a new malaria vaccine.
France has become the only country to guarantee abortion as a constitutional right.
For so long, I've always wanted to be different. And now I realize
Shortsfork, I'm a big fan of what you just did there.
We don't want to bring children into a world where from the very beginning they believe everything's hopeless. When if we get together, if we roll up our sleeves and take action, each of us doing what we feel is important, then there is hope for the future.
This is true. We have to cooperate. Anyway, that was the year. But I will say, the Australian version of this is much funnier.
Another day in the colony, Carl. I wanted to send a message to the King.
Because the senator signed the oath, she did swear in correctly. Still, the Senate could vote on a censure motion.
Okay, let me just, let me fill you guys in on this. Senator Lydia Thorpe went and shouted that you're not my king to the king when he came to Australia. And the media claimed that she had no right. She swore allegiance to the crown. And her comment was she swore to the queen and her heirs, not her heirs. As in, I didn't swear an oath to the king. I swore on the queen's hair, and she's dead, so her hair is dead, and I have no reason to, you know, swear allegiance to the king. Now, was that going to work? No, but was it hilarious? Yes.
Thought you are out of order.
I'll do it again, and I'll do it every time. Kind of based. And if you can find a middle finger Biden picture, I can make that an emote.
Aware of the video of a private conversation. You can go as hard as on the cost if you like. It's a private conversation, a jovial conversation. People try and read something into it, you must be pretty bored.
So you mixed alcohol with prescription medication, did you? And this is what happened.
This is Australian government, by the way. It's so funny.
So you mixed alcohol with prescription medication, did you? And this is what happened.
That's exactly what I
mean,
said.
I agreed with her back
That's
as.
responsible AI.
Is AI helping you on this?
Queenslanders have voted for hope.
Oh, that was so disappointing. Queensland had an actual, like, functioning Labour government that was really good, and they got rid of them for, I mean, the Liberals and the National Party working together. And if you watched last stream, then you kind of understand what that means.
Fair. And by Christmas, adult crime, adult time will be law.
Anthony Albanese is the proud new owner of a Central Coast beach house.
It has beautiful, sweeping views that hits right
just
into
really want
the
to
most
hit
sensitive
elbow as hard as
political
they can
issue
with
of our
everything.
times, which is the cost of living crisis and the housing crisis.
Some people in your own ranks are calling this Albo's Hawaii moment.
The decision voters...
Okay. I think that's a little silly. Yes, there's a big housing crisis in Australia. Yes, Anthony Albanese bought himself a nice house. The Hawaii moment comment is a bit ridiculous because what that's in reference to is during Black Summer, when all of Australia was on fire, the former Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, went on a trip to Hawaii instead of staying here and really doing anything about it, and did a press conference wearing boardy shorts. So that's what they're referring to. And buying this house is not the same. Can we get a Bernie emote? Sure, I'll work on those later. If you have a good picture that you would like to be an emote, feel free to send it in.
Crisis.
Some people in your own ranks are calling this Albo's Hawaii moment.
The decision voters will be making in a few months' time will be between a mid-government, a dog-water opposition, or a crossbench that will mock both of them.
She tried to Zoomer that political like Zoomer her language in Parliament, and it was just excellent. It was 10 out of 10. Mogged them.
Election promising to support the stage 3 tax cuts because they were a bad idea.
Our government will deliver a tax cut for every single Australian taxpayer.
I think, again, Australians have been shocked to know that they've got a liar in the lodge.
You.
Bitch and fold is back.
We're supporting this change, not to support the Prime Minister's lie, but to support those families who need help now.
As in, they had to, or they would have lost that next election because the messaging was bad. This is now, like, technically hate speech, I believe.
Prime Minister of Australia and the Foreign Minister of Australia have articulated our position in relation to two-state solution and in relation to that particular phrase.
It is inappropriate.
We are seeing right now a human-engineered famine that is taking a toll on a civilian population.
If the same motion on recognising the state of Palestine was to be brought forward tomorrow, I would cross the...
Remember when the indictments for Netanyahu and Gallant came out from the International Criminal Court, and we talked about how this wouldn't actually, like, this was never going to result in them getting arrested or going to trial, but what it would do is it would allow countries that had previously been siding with Israel and didn't want to, which Australia was one, those declarations give states more power, and a lot of countries have in their, like, constitutions sections that would automatically activate in the case of a war crime being declared and making them more able to, I don't know, act in a way that is objective and separate from that of, like, the US line, the ability to vote on UN measures the way that they would want to, and this was a case of that happening.
Senator Payman on Monday said that she had been exiled from the party.
With a heavy heart but a clear conscience, I announce my resignation from the Australian Labor Party.
The world demands a ceasefire in Gaza.
Every innocent life matters.
At the very least, they started like talking about it. Up until that point, even like the Labour government was still pro-Israel. They immediately flipped though that day, and that was just a show of this.
Every Palestinian, every Lebanese.
The reason we're advocating...
Penny Wong, she's the foreign secretary, I believe, or foreign affairs secretary. Let me see, Penny Wong. She was outwardly very pro-Israel for a while, and she's entirely flipped. Yes, she is the Minister for Foreign Affairs and leader of the government in that way.
Will you sanction Israel for its illegal actions and occupation?
Take the slogans down.
The conflict in Gaza is an Israeli terrorism creation factory.
Julian Assange is on his way home to Australia.
I want to make sure that the Australian public understands today that we have a vision for our country, cleaner electricity.
Oh my God, no, we're not going to listen to that. Go watch last stream if you want to know about his vision for the country. You can hear all of them talk about it in quite long detail, actually. Okay, fine.
Cheaper
There's some funny
electricity.
stuff
How
in
much
here.
of the mix will be nuclear? Do you know the answer to this question?
CSIRO. I think most rational people do trust the CSIRO.
You're giving government advice and you don't question research. You don't question these things.
I know you're trying to get your rants up on Sky at the moment. The reality
all over the world is a joke.
This is...
They can't get anything done. It's the same problems we're having in America. It's the same type of language. Again, the only thing that they got done that I'm really in favor of is this.
13 to 16 effectively lowers platform accountability.
And let's be honest, there's no detail.
The whole process has been a sham.
And then last night at 8:30 p.m, Labor sent all of us senators the mother of all guillotines. That's right, around 40 bills. It is dangerous to shove bills down our throats.
I mean, this is boomers trying to tell young people how the internet should work.
Because I hope you're watching what Senator Hanson's doing.
Pauline Hanson tabling documents that raise questions about the eligibility of former Labor Senator, now independent, Fatima Payman.
That this should be referred to a committee to be investigated.
It's our current liberal democracy is an issue because it comes from other trends, opinion trends, other political problems that exist in the world, but it ties in because this has been a theme all over the world. We even saw at the beginning of the last video that this was a cause of the downfall of quite a lot of governments that were in power and that were more center or left-leaning.
She's eligible
to right-wing populism.
Oh, it's not racist. Oh, somebody bring the dictionary. You're not just vindictive, mean, nasty. You bring disgrace to the human race.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've decided not to seek a 7th term in Parliament.
This is true, Bulletproof
I wish you
Bullet.
will.
Speaking of rich cunts all over the Western world, you guys want to see MAGA going after tech bros? OG MAGA versus new MAGA. It's actually excellent. It's 10 out of 10. I've never thought that I would be in a position to agree with Laura Loomer, of all fucking people. But she absolutely killed it here. So first of all, this all started with Elon Musk and Doge wanting to increase the amount of H-1B visas. Your understanding of the situation is upside down. Of course, my companies and I would prefer to hire Americans, and we do as much as that is easier and going through the incredible painful process and slow process for visas. However, there is a dire shortage of extremely talented and motivated engineers in America. To which Ann Coulter, of all people, just a horrible, horrible person, described as American workers can leave a company, imported H-1B visas can't. Tech wants indentured servants and not highly skilled workers. I'm agreeing with Ann fucking Coulter, of all people. Again, wild. This is true, by the way. The H-1B visa system is not a bad system. We need H-1B visas. We need skilled workers to come into the country, but it is a flawed system and it does produce indentured servitude. It is, once you come in on an H-1B visa, you are expected to work for said company. Now, you can technically look for a different company that would sponsor your H-1B visa and move, but you need both companies to agree to this. And let's say you work at Tesla and you want to switch to, I don't know, a different company, for example, Intel. Elon Musk can just go, you know what, never mind, we're canceling your visa, and then you get deported, and that's it. You don't get to complain. You don't get to look for a new job. It can be used in a way that's not like this, obviously. It's not every company is doing exactly this, but it is a system that produces this outcome and can be abused and used and is intended to be. Now, it's been so entertaining. The US brain draining to the third world, wondering why nothing ever functions here. True. Now, we need double the number that we had yesterday. The number of people who are super talented engineers and super motivated in the USA is far too low. Think of this like a pro sports team. If you want your team to win the championship, you need to recruit top talent wherever they may be that enables the whole team. To which this account ratioed Elon Musk and then was deleted. Hello, Simba. Thank you. And yes, Shardsburg, the US systematically bleeding the education system dry is also a massive issue. Yes, it's literally, they're talking about how there's not enough educated people to do these jobs, and so they have to import them from overseas, but they're cutting your education. Why? Because they don't want you to have these jobs. They want the indentured servants that can't complain, that can't unionize, that can't report you, that can't leave the job. I mean, they're evil. We already know that they're evil, but let's, oh yeah, and this account got erased for ratioing Elon Musk. But then Laura Loomer comes in, and fuck, I've never, ever in my life expected this. And Elon should know better than to piss Laura Loomer off as the owner of Twitter, considering what she did last time. But the elephant in the room is that Elon Musk, who is not MAGA and has never been, is a total fucking drag on the Trump transition. He's a stage 5 clinger, really funny coming from, you know, Laura Loomer, who overstayed his welcome at Mar-a-Lago in an effort to become Trump's side piece and the point man for all of his accomplices in big tech to slither into Mar-a-Lago. He told Bob Iger at Disney to go fuck himself over ad money, but he won't tell Xi Jinping and Li Kang to go fuck themselves. He's perfectly happy to take their money to fund his Shanghai Gigafactory. This is true, by the way. He has very close ties with China because he's trying to build an industry and sell his goods in China. Elon cockblocks the nominee meetings and tries to undermine anyone who doesn't do his bidding. It's wildly inappropriate how a guy with no experience in politics, has been a Democrat his entire life, is now staffing the Trump administration. He's completely compromised by the CCP and has unfettered access to President Trump. This is fucked up and we need to stop it now. It's the biggest elephant in the room. Very funny. Why is Jared Bicall, Elon Musk's money manager, who is also CEO of Neuralink, Elon's company that wants to put chips in everyone's brain, at Mar-a-Lago interviewing candidates to work at the State Department? Why the fuck are Jared's qualifications? Oh, sorry, what the fuck are they? Aside from the fact that everyone who works for Elon Musk is a full-time Xi Jinping dicksucker. How is he qualified to choose candidates to work in the State Department? You know, the same State Department that's supposed to handle China. Hello, Marco Rubio, what the hell are we doing here? Is this MAGA? This is not attention-seeking Elon Musk. It's called accountability. You want to be so rich that you can bully everyone into holding you, to not holding you accountable so you can pursue your own conflicts, which are extensive. I'm happy to list them all. Tax and prosecute the mega billionaires. True. They almost sound like Democrats here. Just barely, but like, yeah. Now, here is the full tweet from her there, actually. That was I have a couple doubles, sorry. And then, as a result of this, MAGA's kind of mad about Indian people. They've jumped over to Indian racism because a lot of the people that are being hired by Tesla are Indian. inevitably, because they have some of the hardest workers and oftentimes are wealthier in America than white people. I mean, the average domestic household income for Indian families is almost 40% higher than that of white Americans. So inevitably comes out, we need Americans because immigrants because they're better than Americans. Yes. Now, Vivek's full quote. God, these are not in order. They should be. Who made these not in order? Now I'm mad. Aha, here we go. Well, we can start with this one while I put them in order. This is from a different MAGA account. They're all doing this. I mean, there's so many different posts on the subject. I just really want Vivek's original post. God damn it. Vivek. I have to go on Twitter now. Elmo and his human shield. I mean, he has several human shields. Actually, Ian Miles Chong is another one, but Vivek should be trending. It should be all over the place. Hey, I flushed you. You don't get to make sound phone. Here we go. Here's the tweets from Vivek. The reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over Native Americans, quote unquote, isn't because of an innate IQ deficit, a lazy and wrong explanation. A key part comes down to the C word, culture. Tough questions demand tough answers. And if we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront the truth. Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellency for way too long, at least since the 90s and likely longer. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. A culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World and Zach and Slater over Screech in Saved by the Bell or Stefan over Steve Urkel in Family Matters will not produce the best engineers. This was taken as very racist by well, the people you would imagine so. So it's an excellent time. I really thought they would at least make it until Trump got inaugurated before the infighting started. But also, I haven't watched most of these shows because I'm just a little bit older than that. I have multiple sets of immigrant parents in, I know multiple sets of immigrant parents in the 90s who actively limited how much their kids could watch those TV shows precisely because they promoted mediocrity and their kids go on to become wildly successful STEM graduates. However, movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends, more math tutoring, fewer sleepovers. To be fair, there is social factors that could go into this, and some of what he's saying is kind of correct. But the reasons why he's stating these are happening are not it's not because of TV characters, although we do often model ourselves after what we see on social media and in media. In fact, we'll touch on that a little bit if we have time. There's a video essay I'd like to watch. But this isn't the issue, right? They want quiet, servile, expendable slaves. They want to underpay and to work to death and then simply replace them whenever they want. Oh my God, I feel like they're going to start whining about Chads and Stacey's. They are. So that was Vivek's tweet that resulted in inevitably comes out. We need Americans because they're better, immigrants because they're better than Americans. Americans don't deserve their country. To be fair, this is also kind of true, but obviously MAGA doesn't like hearing it from Vivek. MAGA just realizing that Vivek, Cash, and Vance are India first, America last. By the way, all of this is racism, but it's what they're doing now. I mean, they're mad. We welcomed the tech bros when they came running our way to avoid the third grade teacher picking their kid's gender and the obvious, quote unquote, Biden-Harris economic decline. We did not ask them to engineer an immigration policy, says former Congressman Matt Gaetz, the pedophile and child trafficker. I try not to get angry online, but sometimes I can't help myself. I'm angry now. Let me break it down for you. MAGA succeeded in 2024 by bringing disparate groups together into a coalition. One of the key issues binding that coalition was the idea that unchecked illegal immigration is harmful. This is a logical and reasonable premise that created wide appeal. But a big part of the premise was the corollary. We don't oppose immigration, we only oppose illegal immigration, which all of us said is a lie and all of them ignored. We said this last part over and over as rebuttal to Democrats who called us racist and xenophobes. It was such an effective and key rebuttal that it allowed our movement to succeed, and it was that latter argument that allowed people on the fence to support things like the mass deportation of illegals. Now all of a sudden half of MAGA wants that wants to say that they oppose legal immigration, an argument that was never any substantial election issue. Guess what? You just fractured MAHA movement. So funny still that they have that now. And thrown everything away that you fought for. You reopened the accusations that MAGA is racist. They never closed. You chased away the supporters that made Trump's election possible. Politics is the art of setting priorities and knowing the time and place for discussion. I mean, to be fair, also, again, they're kind of correct. They're just also really dumb. Now, I want to touch on this. MAGA is taking a page from Democrats on how to lose elections while feeling good about themselves. I'm an Indian American and was born here, and it's crystal clear that the Democratic Party sees me as an American, and a large part of the base of the Republican Party does not. Yes, and those contemptible fools must be removed from the Republican Party root and stem. Oh my God, they might bully Elon to the left, guys. I mean, not that he'll ever actually be left, but it's so they might make him no longer MAGA. To state people from one country are better than people from another. I mean, they are obviously racist. Vivek didn't bring up AI Bundy, though. Who in the right minds would ever welcome tech and crypto bros? Well, these people aren't in their right minds. We know this. Beyond it, I mean, people are having a good laugh. So Laura Loomer, first of all, has lost her blue check, and so have several right-wing political creators on Twitter, which is hilarious that now Elon is censoring right-wingers on Twitter when that was the entire reason that he bought Twitter in the first place, was because he was mad about right-wingers being censored on Twitter. You can't make this stuff up. If you say they're better because of their race, that's racism. Objectively, Taiwan is a better country than mainland China. I mean, yes, exactly. It's not racism if you're saying functionally, economically, that rights-wise, happiness-wise, those are different things. But what Vivek said is that the culture of Americans was poor, did not produce smart people. They basically called their base retarded. Proof Elon is doing what he's doing with the blue checks to weaponize them. Oh, we have so much more than that. But again, Laura Loomer got blocked for a day after this as well, violating whatever rules that they say that she made have violated. Whether she did or not doesn't matter. I mean, probably, but those rules only matter depending on who they're being applied to. To those of you getting a message saying that I deactivated my X subscription, that's a lie. I didn't. Elon Musk took away my premium access account tonight, limited my character limit, canceled my subscription because I smoke. She probably does smoke. I need to, slow down. I spoke about mass migration. It's retaliatory censorship, and it is. The last, day and a half has been wild. If they ban me for sticking up from you, it's been nice fighting for all of you and President Trump. X removed my verification, my subs, my ability to get premium again. Nobody is more hated than he who speaks the truth. Plato. Interesting timing that a ton of top conservatives lose their verification and affiliate badges upon criticizing of our legal immigration system. Excellent. Can you imagine if I stated on Twitter, English education is best in the world, so British people are better. Well, it depends on how you phrase it, Batgaz. Context matters here. If you say Finland has the best education in the world and therefore produces kids that have the highest ability to score on testing or the most educated populace, those are statistical facts that you can apply. If you're saying Finland produces, or this country produces the best education, we have rankings that say this, and therefore the people of this country are better than every other country, that's racist. But you can say that they're smarter than that country if you can back it up with numbers. These are points that can be proven. Now, this continues. Thank God Musk brought freedom of speech to Twitter. Elon already took my pay away, so maybe the blue check is next. I mean, like, this is the memes that are being made now. They're not happy. And I don't want them to be. Now, then Ian Miles Chung jumps in to reply to Laura Loomer. Is Doge a way to cut spending or redirect spending towards the pet projects of tech bro billionaires? It's looking like the latter. Hey, let's convince the peasants that they are saving money while we enrich ourselves. It's almost like she sounds like a Democrat. It's wild to see MAGA turn against Elon, Vivek, and David Sachs, says Ian Miles Chong. Loomer is just trolling for attention. Elon responded to this, which, I mean, they're all always trolling for attention. It keeps going. She's right. How is Laura Loomer this right? Telling the truth isn't trolling. Read the room, Elon Musk. You bought your way into MAGA 5 minutes after Trump almost had his head blown off in Butler. Remember when you voted for Biden and propped up Ron DeSantis? Remember when you said Trump was too old? We all know you only donated your money so you could influence immigration policy and protect your buddy Xi Jinping. Careful, some Democrats will start to pretend like she's a good person. Yeah, she's not a good person. She is scum, and we're gonna finish it off with that. I specifically saved the worst of her for last, just to underline that point. But she's not wrong here. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. First time I ever heard somebody simping over STEM while trashing sociology was from Sargon of Akkad. I mean, that's all you really need to know about that rhetoric. This is what happened the last time someone pissed off Laura Loomer at Twitter. She handcuffed herself to the door and stood there shouting profanities and slurs and just really embarrassed herself. We can watch it. But after getting banned from Twitter in 2018 and being digitally exterminated on nearly every other social media site, payment processor, Uber, Lyft, Uber Eats, and my own bank, I'm back. Elon Musk has finally unchained me from the doors of Twitter HQ. Now, turning to Elon Musk has now sent his Malaysian dick sucker reply guy, true and accurate depiction of Ian Miles Chong, to attack me because I asked the real question. So on brand, foreign Elon Musk running to another foreigner to silence an American Trump voter. So on brand, they will soon send me to one of Xi Jinping's concentration camps for speaking the truth. It's so funny. Is that tar she's wearing the one Jewish people were forced to wear in Nazi Germany? Bro, she's vile. Yes. Actually, let me pull up that video really quickly because it's not very long. Well, I mean, there is a very, very long version of it, but I want the original. Clips. I can't believe, like, I'm agreeing with this person, with this banshee. Laura Loomer I can't describe her any way other than as a banshee, and I'm agreeing with her in this case. So that's wild to me. But I think this
it's not very often that Senator Lindsey Graham and Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene agree on something, but those two Trump allies found common ground today as they jointly rebuked the far-right activist, self-proclaimed supporter of white nationalism, and also, to top it off, 9/11 truther that Donald Trump has been surrounding himself with for months. Listen to Marjorie Taylor Greene today.
Wait, fuck you. I want her screaming in front of Twitter HQ. Fuck
and
Twitter.
A lot of them fear that
I hate
she's
Twitter.
going to...
I hate Twitter so much. Everything about this site is such trash. But Laura Loomer points out that Elon Musk has hired non-American citizens for entry-level roles at Tesla using a database that lists salaries of H-1B visa holders. She came with facts here. She came with numbers. She came prepared. Both the left and the right pulls the traditional culture, literature, humanities bullshit. This is true. And yes, this is autocracy versus technocracy in fighting. It's fine. We know that they're all horrible people. We can just enjoy the fighting. And know that it's not pointed at us for once, you know? I feel like that's a gift. Christmas came twice. Nobody in America can afford to live off $70,000 a year. Stop crying about the declining birth rates when you want us to live like a bunch of welfare queens. Can't have a family and keep having more kids while making $70,000 a year and also working 80 hours a week. You can make more money working 40 hours a week and overtime at McDonald's each year. Like, she brought the facts. I'm going to invoke Luigi here. Yes, that's the thing. They're almost there. They're almost there. You know what might push them there? Something like this. So Autism Capital, another kind of right-wing account that pretends to not be. I'm assuming Blue Sky lets you post MP4 files now that they're getting so many users. I hope so. They need to spend more time on there. So basically the right split into two factions, way more than that, but tech right and right. And the tech right is like, hey, we need H-1B visas for people to do the jobs. And the right was like, no, you guys got to hire Americans. And the tech right was like, no, but you guys are retarded. Elon Musk saying that pretty much sums it up. This was eye-opening, basically just calling his supporters retarded. 10 out of 10. Remember the revolt in the conservative comment section when they labeled Luigi as a leftist? No, I didn't actually. A lot of people talk on Blue Sky and farm content for Twitter. Yeah, I try and post on both, but Twitter's just where all of the right-wingers are, and that's where all the news is. Look at this. I'm going to agree with Steve Bannon here. When the fuck? I'm going to agree with Steve fucking Bannon here for the first time in my life.
Up crony capitalism and Elon Musk. And by the way, when we cut him off, he went begging the CCP, and that's why they have the joint venture in Shanghai, the Tesla, which is 100% of his value, right? True. This guy lives on government contracts and taxpayer subsidies, okay? It's all, we're going to get Joe Allen in here for a second to transform it. Elon Musk, once again, brother, I'm smart enough to
yes, I do remember that actually with Ben Shapiro, because they've tried to play this off as like leftist stuff, but everyone in America gets fucked by these companies, so.
Tell you no to your face, and I'm evil enough to be able to expose you as a running dog for the greatest enemy this nation's ever had. You are a war profiteer. You're sleeping with the enemy, brother, and you've been doing it because you're not an American nationalist. You're not even an American.
I mean, that's also true.
All you are is a globalist, okay? A globalist. And you will go where anybody writes you a check, and you would take it from Adolf Hitler himself because you're taking it from people that are as bad as Adolf Hitler.
Steve fucking Bannon said that in 2023. It's so funny. First time in my life that I've ever been like, yeah, you know, seems like Steve Bannon got this one right. God damn it. Never before. Elon, your use to me has come to an end, and so must you. Yeah. Well, the thing is, who has more power? Is it the tech right, or is it MAGA? Which one of these are more influential? Also, like even like End Wokeness, Jack Posobiec. Today we found out who is getting rich by screwing over the American worker. Motherfucker, you on your End Wokeness account constantly repost Elon Trump every day. I wonder if that's going to stop now. I wonder if End Wokeness is going to no longer. This was also Trump last year.
Another one of our highest priorities under a Republican Congress will be to stop left-wing censorship and to restore free speech in America.
This was before the sale of Twitter, of course.
And go out, by the way, while I'm here and sign up now for Truth Social. It's hot as a pistol, and you see that. I pulled that one right. Leon, I tell you what, Elon is not going to buy Twitter. Where did you hear that before? From me. From
I would love to end wokeness, yeah.
A lot of them. Nah, he's got himself a mess. You know, he said the other day, oh, I've never voted for a Republican. I said, I didn't know that. He told me he voted for me. So he's another bullshit artist, but he's not going to be...
So first of all, remember, the fact that Donald Trump holds a grudge, and the fact that he went back to Elon is really, really showing of how weak their movement was, how we could have succeeded if we, tried a little bit harder. I mean, even just a little bit. But can we make Luigi into a verb? Sure, go for it. From now on, just use it as a verb and it'll catch on. The political class might be reining in Elon, or they might try. Whether they're successful, we'll see. But also, which of these is worse? Because the right wants Fourth Reich fascism, and Elon just wants oligarchy fascism. Which one of these are the worst option is a big question here, but we can see what mainstream media at least is saying about some of this.
And former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, now part of the Doge effort with Elon Musk, he published a lengthy post in recent days about American workers. In this post, Ramaswamy explained why he feels tech companies choose to hire foreign workers over Americans. He boiled it all down to, quote, culture.
That's
He wrote in part this. Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long. That doesn't start in college. It starts young. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math or Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian.
I'm not gonna weigh in on which of these is better. But so we can see why they're mad, right? They want Fourth Reich fascism. They don't want the Russian oligarchy. They don't want the Chinese oligarchy. And in these specific cases, at the very least, their arguments are correct. The Luigi will continue until morale improves. Well, morale might improve because Luigi pled not guilty. We're going to have court hearings. We're going to get to watch the government try and prove him guilty. The government try and justify the health insurance companies, and also class consciousness is on the rise because of this issue. You guys want to see just a really, really horrible person talk for a minute? Like a horrible woman. So Vivek Ramaswamy. It's excellent.
Nationalism. It's a touchy word. You're not supposed to say the N-word anymore, but I'll say
this is pre-election.
Nationalism. I don't think it has to be a bad word, not in the American context.
I would also love to.
But there's two kinds of nationalism that I think we need to distinguish between. Historically, nationalism has been associated with ethno-nationalism.
I started too early. This is his introduction of her. This is when he had a conversation with Ann Coulter, and it's just so great.
And there is a difference.
This
in
is how much
American
they actually
really
even hate the people on their
side. I think we ought to smoke that discussion out and have that open dialogue in a way that's been uncomfortable.
I kind of feel
because
that,
of the
Comrade Lennon. This is
Overton
pretty
window
good
that we accept around these topics, and I think we would be best served taking a truck and driving it through that Overton window, so we can actually have an honest discussion about the future of where the conservative movement is headed from here, not just on the issue of national identity or nationalism or immigration, but more broadly. And that's why I brought on today somebody who I think has some thoughtful perspectives on the future direction of
Beach Blonde Maleficent, the same person they were arguing with in the
country,
Twitter
of our
comments.
conservative movement. And on this question of nationalism and national identity, somebody who I've been fascinated by for a long time and have interacted with on social media, but for the first time we're having a at least live form conversation in the offline sense of it. It's Ann Coulter. So Ann, thanks for coming on, and I'm looking forward to our conversation today.
Crypt Keeper.
Me too. Thanks for having me. That was a fantastic opening monologue. I too am a fan of yours. I'm going to make a point of disagreeing with you so that it will be fun. You are so bright and articulate, and I guess I can call you articulate since you're not an American black. Can't say that about them. That's derogatory.
I can't
and
not
that was a
lie.
great
Every time I watch, she's a horrible, horrible person.
opening segment. Lots of things to talk about there. Oh, and I agreed with many, many things you said during, in fact, probably more than most other candidates when you were running for president. But I still would not have voted for you because you're an Indian. We'll get back to that. And it's directly related to what you were just talking about. You know, the thing about nationalism, you're totally right.
This was pre-election. Yeah, no, this was 7 months ago. This was so fucking funny.
Like, to use the word nationalism, oh, it's Hitler. And, you know.
I wouldn't have voted for you because you're an Indian. This entire thing is brain rot. I will post the link in the chat if you guys want to watch it. But just a reminder, like, this is the side that the tech bros tried to make peace with, and this is how they spoke about them prior. This is what you get now. They haven't changed. You just fooled them for a little bit.
Related to what you were just talking about. You know, the thing about nationalism, you're totally right. It is like, to use the word nationalism,
they thought that they could control these people, but they didn't realize just how stupid their base is and just how far they will go in their hatred of literally everybody. not a black. I wouldn't vote for you if you weren't a fucking Indian. Well, like the racism has gone off the charts, at least with Indians on Twitter. I'm not even going to show some of them because they're just like, they're bad. They're memes. They're right-wing memes. But they might actually bully some change into the government. The left has no power, but clearly the right does. And if they kick the oligarchs out, that gives us a better chance. And especially because this is the kind of shit that Elon wants. If you need a school, you've lost already. Musk originally got into the US on a student visa to attend Stanford before he dropped out and lived in the country illegally. And speaking of ways that these people use their powers, reasons why we don't want them in charge, just a reminder that the algorithm is trying to maximize unregretted user seconds. If far more credible verified subscriber accounts mute or block your account compared to those who like your post, your reach will decline significantly. Essentially, if your post is in line with the site's conventional wisdom, it will be promoted. But if it is out of line and a mob of people come after it, it will be silenced. This has been how the algorithm's working. They're not even changing it all that much. He's just being more transparent about it. They might be making it a little bit worse, but essentially, the more likes you get on Twitter, obviously the more it shows that the more reach that your post gets. However, the more people block you on Twitter, then your reach just declines. So a bunch of right-wing bots could hypothetically jump on Ryan Grimm's post here and block him, and then this post would get marked as spam and would be less likely to be shown on your follow page or your For You page. And also, Elon Musk wants to buy Wikipedia. They won't let him, so he's attacking Wikipedia. They want you to be stupid so that you can be their slaves. They don't want an educated populace. They don't want to make America great again. They want to make Americans slaves. So Nazis can ban you from the algorithm. Yes, that's how Twitter works, according to Elon Musk. Even the right is pretty mad about it. But what I keep telling myself, at the very least, is all of this is building up, and I think the idea of class consciousness is becoming front and center in a lot of people's minds, even on the right. It is terrifying, but it's also, if it makes you feel any better, how it's been on Twitter for a while now. It's not like they're not making it all that much worse. It's not a massive change to how things have worked. They want to make Americans enslaved again. That's what they would rather have. Here is a former person who worked for a health insurance company talking about some of the stuff that a lot of Americans might not know. Elon controlling Wikipedia would be an absolute catastrophe. Have you guys seen what Conservapedia is? It's the conservative version of Wikipedia. I'll just show you the homepage. Let me just open it. It's a terrible website, so it takes like 80 billion seconds to load. This is Conservapedia. Scientism. First link. The Shroud of Turin. What the hell? Biblical scientific foreknowledge. It's brain rot. This is what they want Wikipedia to be like. So I'm kind of glad that they can't. There was some weird shit in here. There was like, yeah, here we go. Women. Give me women. Atheism and women. What's atheism and women? It's a very long, uncategorized mashup of just random shit people post in here. By the way, almost all of it is like misspelled. No one checks this stuff. Atheist websites appear to receive less traffic from women. What is an atheist website? Yeah, so that's what they would rather have Wikipedia be. Political elements have gone after Wikipedia before. Well, again, I still think Wikipedia is the only part of the internet worth keeping. It's basically the Library of Alexandria, and these people are fuckheads. But back to how the rich are screwing you.
A high-level character in the company was bragging about, regardless of whether America stays a democracy or not, the insurance companies specifically theirs, had a plan to continue to extract money from people. They're like a parasite that spreads.
They are?
A zombie
oh,
that
look,
can't
that's
quit
almost Luigi
eating.
language.
The top brass was making absolute moolah. They would want for nothing. Their great-grandchildren would want for nothing, even if they quit tomorrow. And the eye was on always expanding.
So that's like an old, unupdated site that they still use. Got it.
The company.
Luigi Rhetoric.
There's no such thing as having enough. Even in a drastic scenario where for some reason our country just completely crumples in on itself, they're still going to be going after you.
How fucking scary is that? Again, one more time.
Even in a drastic scenario where for some reason our country just completely crumples in on itself, they're still going to be going after you.
Because Elon Musk hates information, and we just saw him say that like school is bad for you, and you've already lost if you need school. The guy is literally censoring both left and right wingers now on Twitter. He should have no control over anything. Wikipedia should remain independent.
I work for one of
nationalized,
America's
ideally.
largest subrogation law firms. When your insurance covers a cost for you, they can make somebody else responsible for repaying that amount. This is where insurance subrogation comes in. My job was to call people and harass them for money. We would hound you at best and harass you at worst. Many times I sat at my desk thinking, I am literally just a debt collector.
Ban him from the government, yes.
Collectors were treating the people that they were calling as
This is how the companies, all of them by the way, not just health insurance, this is how they see you. This is how they tell their workers to treat you. And this is the environment that they build in their companies. This mentality that they produce in their own workers.
Were treating the people that they were calling as something to extract from, not seeing them as other humans. I saw a lot of abuse, verbal abuse of course, not having any kind of empathy for anybody's lifestyles or situations. We had a system of notes that would show what was discussed with the claimant previously. So there was this lady that had a lot of notes in it, like, she's lying, she keeps giving a sob story. I spoke
Billionaires should just not exist, and corporations should not have human rights. I agree.
with this lady.
This is an old Vice video. Well, actually, I don't know if it's old, but it says it was uploaded 5 days ago. But this could be an old video. Vice does often repost, but it's still important because this is still exactly how they operate. They got bought out by private equity after going under IRC. When you hear the word empathy, usually it means people want your money without giving it back. That's not what empathy means when I say it. It's probably a re-upload, but it's still a good reminder of how these people feel with you.
And
yeah, me
was
too. I was
giving
surprised
her
to see
the
this.
general spiel. And she cut me off and she said, I don't know why you guys keep calling me. I'm telling you, I'm on hospice. I'm dying. Like, I am in my sister's living room.
And they don't
in
care.
a medical bed. I am dying. Her sister got on and just, screaming, like, just please leave her alone. I didn't know what to do with myself because
it's disgusting.
What do you say to somebody like that? It was probably one of the lowest points of my life.
I don't know how you could do this job
I would see
without either like harming your mental health to the point where like you hate yourself, or until you become a horrible person.
People were bringing in.
Hold on, sorry, there's water running and I don't know if it's running into my house. Never mind. We're all good.
In like
And of course Richie Torres is
$30,000 a
dodging
week.
me.
There's hundreds of
Too
people
afraid.
working for this
Doesn't want
company.
this.
There was a lady that worked there for 16 years. She was one of those top 5, and just thousands, tens of thousands of dollars were being brought in just by this one woman. We are incentivized to take the most amount of money from these people as possible.
What do I keep telling you? These people exist to siphon all of the money from you that they possibly can and make you miserable. Well, same as any job or legally trapped, but yes. And by the way, again, this is why they want more H-1B visas, so you can't even do this.
Letting them know we had full reign on adjusting what they would actually have to pay if they settled. We're paid on commission through a fee structure. So if they are making good faith payments, say $250 every 2 weeks or $250 a month, we would get 15 to 20% of that as a fee. If we were to settle a lower amount for them, we would get less in fees, and fees are what our commission is based on. The system was set up that if we showed any kind of humanity to these people, we were screwing ourselves over. And
well, of course,
I can't tell you
you
how many
have to
times I got in trouble.
incentivize the working class. Again, George Carlin said it best. The lower class, we get the idea, right? But you do this kind of stuff, you have this kind of rhetoric, but you need to understand money is the point. Money. This is 7% of the national GDP held by 11 people. Thank God for the block function. Well, again, block on Twitter now reduces your ability to see people reduces your reach, rather. Vice just love this anonymous aesthetic and can't help it. Well, to be fair, this is a dangerous thing to be doing. So, if I was going to be the whistleblower here, I would want to look like this.
Downstairs, and the lady actually did have proof that it wasn't even her fault, but we were still pursuing her. And I tried to send it back to where we double check things. And they're like, no, she's guilty. And I'm like, no, look at the paperwork. She has clear proof that it was actually the apartment above her. And we were still calling that lady. You really can't hide.
They really don't care.
We used a program to pull up dossiers on people. So if you had the lack of luck for having the same phone number as a claimant used to have, if you worked with them, ex-spouses, we might call you. Basically keep chipping away until we find the claimant. One of my coworkers.
What they'll also do, by the way, is if they get tired of trying, let's say, whether we're talking about health insurance or whether we're talking about hospital debt, because that's another thing that happens. People are in debt to the hospitals. Oftentimes what they'll do is they'll sell your debt to private debt collection agencies who, because they're not 401c nonprofits, have much further reach and ability to go after you, as like public hospitals can't do that. Health insurance companies have their own crack teams, but again, sometimes they just get lazy or you're too difficult and they sell your debt to a different debt collector who is going to be worse and who has the rights to garnish your wages, to take your home, to come onto your property and take your stuff. They will not ever let you pass on this debt. They won't let you default. You can't claim bankruptcy and get over it anymore. I'm pretty sure at the very least you can't with your education debt. We can look it up if bankruptcy gets rid of medical debt. Bankruptcy, medical debt, USA. Medical debt or personal debt incurred from unpaid medical bills, the leading cause of bankruptcy. So yes, okay, so you can declare bankruptcy and discharge your medical debt still. They'll change that though.
Called up a wife of a man that was a truck driver.
Basically, they bankrupt you.
He owed roughly $55,000. And this lady was completely blindsided about this. She didn't even know he had been in a wreck. As she is becoming more and more panicked, the reality of the situation settling in.
Sharp Spork Gooner Brain. Like, you have to understand that, like, this is how the system functions. And then we have people like
a reminder, since some of you seem
the
to
mayor
have
of New
forgotten
York.
That this man is a potential criminal. This is a reminder, since some of you seem to have forgotten that this man is a potential criminal. He has done a lot of harm to New York City. I would argue he has embarrassed the hell out of New York City, and it blows my mind that there are people out there who still support him. This man, Oh, Luigi, I need you to get out the way for a minute. This man was the first NYC mayor to ever be indicted while in office. He was indicted on federal charges of bribery, fraud, and soliciting foreign campaign.
Literally taking money from a foreign government for 10 fucking years, and he's innocent until proven guilty. But Luigi, no, he's just guilty. There's no alleged shooter of Brian Thompson. It's just the shooter of Brian Thompson. There is no, thank you for subscribing. There is no justice. There is no due process. There is for him, though. He's still the fucking mayor.
Donation. The last person who should be assuming anyone is guilty until they get a fair trial. When asked why he joined that perp walk, he said it's because he wanted to look him in the eye.
They are, Captain Buggy.
Why? Were you hoping that Luigi would give you a bribe since it seems like everyone else gets to do that? Allegedly. It's really interesting because for the past, 3-4 months, you've been talking about due process and how everyone needs to assume you're innocent until proven guilty. Like, did you forget you got your own trial coming up?
Full screen.
Where did that energy go?
Do when I have the cat. Yeah, buddy. You are. You are hiding behind the desk. I got all around the house looking for you. Hello, hello, hello. Mwah. Mwah. Oh, see, he's getting better. He's getting better. Likes chat better now. There you go. There you go. Attaboy. He usually just sleeps in the little, like, scratchy box right there. Is this going to be a Luigi segment? Well, I mean, all of this really ties into corporations and how they're fucking you over. It's not necessarily a Luigi segment, but I mean, we're definitely getting into the idea. Luigi's going to come up a lot these days, I think.
There was no
Everything
reason for
leads
a mayor
back.
to be at that perp walk, but especially one with his own damn charges. Like, you had a news conference begging New Yorkers not to make any judgments until they heard your defense. So how about we offer that same courtesy to everyone else, okay?
Yeah. Regular Luigi segment would be cool. Well, I do have something on the on that actually. So you know how we've been talking about Luigi on stream? I've been making posts. You guys have been as well. Well, the NYPD has some thoughts on that. So this was posted by Ken Klippenstein, again, excellent journalist who often posts things that the rest of the media ignores, doesn't want to post, doesn't feel comfortable posting. You should absolutely support him. So, if you're a social media user who's expressed anything other than condemnation for the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, counterterrorism authorities might consider you an extremist. That's according to yet another document the media refuses to publish in full. In the holiday spirit of generosity, we've included a copy before. So apparently we're all extremists, guys. Days after the murder, the NYPD circulated an intelligence report focusing not only on just an alleged killer, Luigi Mangione, but even on ordinary people expressing sympathy for him online, warning of, quote, a wide range of extremists and that, quote, may view Mangione as a martyr. This report's title singles out, quote, disdain for corporate greed. No, this is about New York's police department. Everyone in chat is going to federal prison. Essentially, yeah. So the report produced by the NYPD's Intelligence and Counterterrorism Bureau on December 9th was blasted out to law enforcement and counterterrorism partners across the country. It has also leaked to select major media outlets which refused to permit the public to read the document. Though these outlets were happy to quote selectively from it, the media's quotes and paraphrases tend to stress the document's focuses on Mangione, but not its focus on as many sympathizers. That's the problem with these selective disclosures. The selections often leave out important facts by withholding the document unilaterally and deciding which portions merit public disclosure. So that's really, really not good, right? I guess the First Amendment is completely dead. Freedom of press, speech. I mean, yeah, it's dead. It's dead. Documented fact, the Fedis listed genuine Roman Catholic nuns protesting at a redacted military site to speak legally against sending commandos into Latin America and training commandos from there. I believe this. So here's the document in full. and it's bad quality, but we'll try our best. Based on writings of alleged perpetrator of United Healthcare CEO shooting reveal grievances against health insurance company, disdain for corporate greed. Assessment. Based on a review of the handwritten claim of responsibility and social media presence of Luigi Mangione, the suspect in the CEO shooting, the NYPD Intelligence Counterterrorism Bureau assesses that the alleged perpetrator was likely driven to violence on a basis of grievance against what he perceives as a, quote, parasitic health insurance company, true, and industry as a whole, as well as broader objections to corporate greed and concerns for modern society. He appears to view the targeted killing of the company's highest-ranking representative as a symbolic takedown and a direct challenge to its alleged corruption and power games, asserting in his note he is the first to face it with such brutal honesty. Mangione may have found inspiration in Ted Kaczynski, the violent and anti-technology extremist, also known as the Unabomber, echoing in his note the reflections in his targeting is similar to the mindset for the need for unilateral action to bring attention to abusive corporate actions. Based on observed initial online reactions to the shooting, including celebrations of the killing of a health insurance executive and encouragement of targeting leaders across industries, there is a risk that a wide range of extremists may view Mangione as a martyr and an example to follow. And then this is more of a description on Mangione's letter, his manifesto rather. She couldn't board us U.S. domestic airlines. It's been dead act since Patriot Act 1 and 2. True. Can the NYPD be sued over this? No, they can't. They're not doing anything illegal. Are you or have you ever been a member of the Luigi Spicy Meatball fan club? I plead the fifth on that one. I feel like that's a reach because well, yes, it is. I feel like that's a reach because both people were involved in tech. It's always a reach, doesn't matter. Notice how they're just assuming he's guilty. I mean, they said alleged at the beginning, but yes, they're all assuming he's guilty. Every single one of them is going to assume he's guilty because they want him guilty. They want to give him the death penalty. Now, I've yet to see alleged be really a consistent term when applied in this context. When people talk about Luigi, no one's saying, oh, well, allegedly he did this, although people will still say allegedly when talking about fucking Diddy. Well, this should be a mistrial. This would have been a mistrial 10 years ago. Ted Kaczynski and Luigi aren't really connected. Yeah, well, it's just the fact that they both had somewhat right-leaning views, but were also anti-corporate oligarchy. That's kind of it. They're not going to let him go free. I'm telling you guys, they're going to go and seek the death penalty. They're going to lie during the trial if they have to. They don't care. They don't want what's good for you. They want to make their business friends feel safe. Remember, the CEOs and the executives are traumatized, according to the mayor of New York. So within the so this is around where we ended. Within the 3-page handwritten claim of responsibility on his person, Mangione wrote, quote, frankly, these parasites simply had it coming, presumably referring to the CEO and or similar executives. He lamented that the U.S. had the, quote, most expensive healthcare system in the world and ranks 42 in life expectancy. This is also true. Even Bernie Sanders has made statements on the fact. You know why that is? It's because you're overpaying for everything and getting shitty quality things that you're overpaying for. You're getting bad treatment and you're paying more than anyone else does for it. Noting that the profits of major corporations continue to rise while our life expectancy does not. He declared that these mafiosa have gotten too powerful and continue to abuse our country for immense profit. He stated that while many illuminated this corruption and greed decades ago, the issue persists in a statement signifying that he likely views himself as a hero of sorts, designed to act upon such injustices. He noted, evidently, I am the first to face it with such brutal honesty. Well, good for you. But again, this is saying that the NYPD thinks you are an extremist if you have expressed any support for this. Anything but condemnation, actually. This is literally like a trial in Russia by FSB-controlled judges and lawyers. Yeah, the judge, his wife is a health insurance executive or on the board or something like in the field. There is no way, not a chance this is a fair trial. The ideas that anger social media posts amount to the beginning of a violent insurgency against corporate executives is nonsense. Security experts have said much, albeit gingerly. Private security intelligence firm Dragonfly assessed in a recent report that We strongly doubt that further similar attacks are imminent. We assess that violent attacks on business leaders globally will almost certainly remain extremely rare. While left and right-wing groups have praised the murder, almost all anti-corporate activists seem intent on non-violent forms of protest, such as staging demonstrations or verbally confronting executives. Which, I mean, is good that the security agencies are saying this, but the New York Police Department does not care. I mean, I assumed I was put on a list somewhere when I went sharing a JREG video that came out right after lockdown and started saying, fellas, visit the old folks home, and don't you want to swim in a nice empty gym? It was all satirical take on Posadism. Look, we're all probably on a list at some point. I mean, I'd be shocked if I wasn't. If you're wondering why this sounds so different from the hysteria that's played out in the media, intelligence reports like the NYPD one were published above are a big part of the reason why. Not only do these reports stoke fear and inflate threats, but the furtive way in which they're circulated shields them from public scrutiny. They do this on purpose. There's a reason these full documents never get released to you. The media will only ever tell you half the story. And by half the story, I mean the side of the story that they give a shit about. The side of the story that helps their cause, their goals, that furthers their aims. And no matter what, they will fuck you every time.
Whenever you click
off
accept...
Luigi now for a second, but still on the same topic, these people hate you. Rich people hate you. Corporations don't work for you. We're going to talk about what you don't know about the terms and conditions that you click accept to on things like, let's say, Uber or Disney Plus, and how that can be used to literally prevent you from suing these companies for anything. They have thought of everything, and you're screwed. So, real quick.
Whenever you click accept on a terms of service, what exactly are you signing away? It's probably not what you'd expect.
A grieving husband filed a lawsuit against Disney after his wife died at Disney Springs.
I don't know why
but
it feels
Disney
so
wants
quiet.
this case thrown out.
They're using the husband's Disney Plus subscription as the reason why.
Hidden in that mountain of legal jargon you scan through when signing up for subscriptions like Disney Plus is a nefarious cause that waives a fundamental right for consumers and protects negligent companies from accountability. You know, a totally
Goddamn,
reasonable
Marky, good for
exchange
you.
to stream Inside Out 2. This quiet tactic isn't just weaponized by Disney.
This should be illegal, by the way.
Countless other multi-billion-dollar behemoths. And don't just think you'll beat them at their game by actually reading their terms and conditions. These life-altering clauses lurk in places you might not even expect. Airbnb used it when someone was murdered at one of their properties, and Wayfair used it to crush a legal challenge over allegedly shipping customers furniture infested with bed bugs.
Literally, you can't sue the company that you bought furniture from and when it came infested with bed bugs. If you know anything about bed bugs, by the way, you know that once they're in your house, you essentially need to call like a professional in and remove them with like severe bed bugs are fucking scary, all right? Bed bugs are everywhere. They can just kind of appear, but they will spread like wildfire. If your neighbors get bed bugs, you'll probably get them in your house. You can get them off of clothing that you buy in a store, which is probably why you should wash clothes before you wear them. But they're tiny little bugs that will bite you and will spread all over, within books in your house, under your bed, inside your bed, on the couches, in your clothing. Like they are, it's like a virus. I've had the issue once when I lived in America. My neighbors got them, and I lived in an apartment building. So like 3 other of the units that lived close to that apartment got them. I had to leave my house for 2 weeks while they gassed it and got rid of them. The fact that you can't sue the company for shipping you bedbug infested furniture is dystopian. Why? Because you signed the terms and conditions. Malice aforethought is required, and this should be illegal.
Over allegedly shipping customers furniture infested with bed bugs. Intrigued by the absurdity of these cases, I had to figure out what was going on. What exactly is Disney sneaking into their terms that make this legal? How long can companies like Disney...
one more time? What is that? What does that say?
That make this...
Disney uses streaming terms to block wrongful death lawsuit against Florida resort. If you have Disney Plus and you go to Disney World or Disneyland and you die on their property, you can't sue them because you have Disney fucking Plus. When WikiLeaks dropped early on, I was a senior in high school, in my anti-SJW phase. Well, at least you moved on from that one. But
legal.
You got some stuff.
How long can companies like Disney get away with it?
We're in
and
cyberpunk.
What more do we as consumers stand to lose? To start out, I called the lawyer for another case you might have heard.
They've been enforced in courts. We're talking about how they've already been used in court.
The McGinty's
again.
Start out, I called the lawyer for another.
Court blocks a couple from suing Uber over a crash, citing terms and conditions in their Uber Eats account.
The McGinty's were out to dinner with friends. They ordered an Uber to go home. They started traveling home, and everything seemed normal until all of a sudden they were screaming, bracing for impact as they realized that their Uber driver, who had been fussing with the application, was running a red light, and they were about to slam into a van that was taking workers home.
So again, the Uber driver ran a red light, and this crash happened, and you can't sue Uber because you have Uber Eats.
Local warehouse to their collection point. John really thought that was the end of his wife's life. Georgia suffered fractures to her sternum, to her ribs. She suffered tears to her abdominal wall and had to undergo numerous surgeries and will still likely be going under surgeries for the rest of her life.
So the McGinty's sued to compensate them for the financial, physical, and emotional toll the accident had taken on them. Uber cooperated for nearly a year until suddenly its tune changed.
After it had gotten information from us in Discovery, it decided it wasn't going to provide its answers. It wasn't going to respond to our demands. It was instead going to try to compel arbitration.
Which, by the way, is how they fuck you. Karen, I once got fucked over when buying a violin online. Never again. Read every terms and conditions, even on Candy Crush. Don't even play Candy Crush. That's just spyware on your phone, basically. But genuinely, these people hate you. They will use every tool that they have and build more while they can to prevent you from having any rights, any freedoms, prevent you from being able to be safe, from being able to sue them when they're at fault. Again, you can't sue Disney if you have Disney Plus and your partner dies at Disney World. If they fall off a Disney cruise ship, sucks to be you. If you're in an Uber and you get into a crash and it's the driver's fault, can you sue Uber? Not if you have Uber Eats.
What is arbitration? Why does it matter? It's something the McGinty's agreed to, Uber argues, when they hit accept on the terms of service for their Uber Eats account. And at first glance, it actually seems like a good deal. Instead of going through the typical lengthy and very expensive legal process, Uber and the McGinty's would have an independent third party, called an arbitrator, decide the case. So no judge, jury, or courtroom is involved.
If you were to read about arbitration...
A way to fuck over poor people that aren't literate. This sounds like an easier, cheaper way to do this. Let's do arbitration. Oh, suddenly you get nobody helping you. You have no judge, you have no jury. The person that's in charge of deciding your case has works in an industry. They also work for their corporate overlord, so you are never ever going to win. They force arbitration. Wasn't there a relatively new law that prevented clauses like this? Well, not necessarily. They prevented hidden fees, but this isn't a hidden fee. This isn't even really a hidden clause, and this isn't illegal. The forcing arbitration, that's perfectly legal, and that's a method of denying you justice. It's taking away your right to a jury trial. That's legal.
You might think this is great for consumers. It's faster, it's cheaper, and they will be able to get a fair adjudication of the results by a professional in the field. But that just is not how it plays out in reality for several reasons.
Arbitration clauses keep consumers from bringing their cases to a jury, something that a person living their lives might see as absolutely terrible. An arbitrator might have seen many times before.
There's also this, if you take them in good faith, which I don't, by the way. These arbitrators work for an industry. They have heavy ties with these corporations. None of them are working objectively. They come into this situation knowing who's going to win. But even if you gave them good faith, this is the reason, by the way, why we have juries and judges don't decide everything, because people's lives and the material conditions in which they exist, how they engage with them, changes their perspective. And you need differing perspectives when you're trying to decide whether a company is liable for injury or death.
So it might not shock the arbitrator in the same way, and so the arbitrator is going to feel less sympathy for the person who was injured, perhaps, and they might feel like awarding less money.
Corporations also get to pick the companies that provide the arbitration.
There's a professor at Harvard
Does this
who
sound
agreed to serve
fair?
as an arbitrator for one of the big arbitration providers.
In the first few cases, she decided in favor of the companies. But when she decided in favor of consumers,
Not only did the arbitration provider stop sending her cases, it told the parties to some other arbitrations that had already been assigned to her.
It seemed clear that I was being removed simply because I had once ruled on the merits against a credit card company. They fucking hate you, guys. They hate you. Arbitration is a scam. It is a way to get you out of the courtroom. It is a way for them to just win outright without any chance of you getting justice, a trial, a jury, anyone objective looking at your case. It just shuts it down right
That
there.
she
and
had
you
a
get
schedule
nothing for it. Nothing. The answer, make Uber drivers sign a contract. Well, to be fair, they don't work for Uber. They don't sign a contract. They're independent contractors, which is the point. Independent contractors also can't unionize the same way. Taxi drivers, remember back in the day we had the yellow taxis? Those were unionized. Those had contracts. Those people functioned according to the law, and those taxis were much safer, and also those drivers were they were paid much higher wages. They were paid in regular, not hidden cryptic amounts that change based on timing. We watched another video from a More Perfect Union on how Uber discriminates using the algorithm based on where you are and who is the one ordering an Uber. There was no wage-based discrimination when we had old school taxis. Uber did all of this. Uber did this on purpose. If you remember, if you're old enough, when Uber first came out, all over the world, there were riots from taxi drivers. In France, they were burning cars. Why? Because of this shit. Germany didn't play those games. Uber had to register as a taxi company. Yeah, Germany did it right.
To some other arbitrations that had already been assigned to her, that she had a scheduling conflict, which she testified in Congress she did not in fact have.
Sovereign told me that there are many years where, in the United States, more people are struck by lightning than win in an arbitration case. Arbitration has in the last...
Again, more people are struck by lightning than win an arbitration case. And they make this sound like it's a good idea, and then they also force you to do it by putting it in the terms of conditions of their apps. Again, this is Uber Eats, not Uber's app. This happened using the Uber app. They tried to sue Uber, but their Uber Eats account requires them to do arbitration.
Last few decades become a tool for corporations to avoid any and all responsibility for reckless, immoral, or illegal actions. It undermines any attempt at institutional change through legal means for two simple reasons. The first involves what's called discovery.
Discovery is the process by which the parties exchange information.
We just saw that that's not true. Bulletproof, but not in America at the very least. The vast majority of them win.
He did not, in fact, have.
Sovereign told me that there are many years where, in the United States, more people are struck by lightning than win in an arbitration case.
As in, not all of them get thrown out. Now, this isn't every year, but yes, it does happen, and it is happening more and more because this is the goal. They don't want you to have rights. They don't. They want you to be slaves.
Immoral or illegal actions. It undermines any attempt at institutional change through legal means for two simple reasons. The first involves what's called discovery.
Discovery is the process by which the parties exchange
I'm sure some of them happen this way, but this is still an overall
answer
theme
questions. You can make them turn over documents. You can make them sit for a deposition.
Discovery is one of the critical ways that people, consumers, can hold companies accountable. Damning memos may be submitted for evidence and eventually published in the public record.
Years ago, Ford made Pintos, and the Pintos had gas tanks that exploded and injured people. And that raised questions of, well, why did they put the gas tanks where they would explode and injure people when the Pintos got into a crash? And it's through discovery that you can find that out.
Without discovery made public, we would have never known that Ford knew about this gas tank hazard.
PayPal just stole $500 from me and there was no recourse, wouldn't even give me a coherent reason, just shut my account and took my money. Well, PayPal is run by Peter Thiel, so that doesn't surprise me. They're fucking evil. Jesus, I should make sure that there's no money sitting in my PayPal account.
And chose to do nothing about it. These damning discoveries can be used by other lawyers to apply even more legal pressure to these corporations.
But if it's secret, you don't get any bad publicity. The public is not going to punish you. It's not going to boycott your product if you just keep doing it, because the public may never know about it.
And that's exactly what happens in arbitration. Any uncovered evidence, it stays a secret.
If the McGinty's found a memo from an executive that proved Uber knew their app was distracting drivers, it might help the McGinty's win their arbitration, but that memo will remain a secret to the rest of the world, including future victims. In other words, corporations can keep up with business as usual. There is no reason for them to do better or to stop harming the public. Imagine, for instance.
In the UK, any company that transports members of the public has by law public liability insurance, which covers the passengers. Well, I mean, to be fair, your insurance technically should also cover the passengers. This is just Uber saying we're not at fault. We don't accept responsibility for this.
Tobacco companies were able to conceal their decades-long knowledge that smoking was addictive and cancerous from the public.
More doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
The second reason arbitration kills institutional change involves precedent. In other words, past court decisions that can be used to bolster future cases. If a court decides that Uber is responsible for the actions of their drivers, that decision would have disastrous consequences for their business model. In arbitration, the arbitrator could make the same decision, but with a quiet statement.
This is a form of justice, or justice for them, not for you, that they are going to continue building on. Elon Musk would love this kind of shit. That was legit the sales line. Yeah, it was. It was more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. And we still do this kind of shit. It's just a little bit more under the surface. Do you think that the corporations don't want more arbitration, less trials? Of course they do. A funny thing is, between the current tech bro Elon and MAGA right issue that we covered earlier, them fighting, the right is probably closer to our view that this should be illegal and that these corporations should be reined in and should be regulated, whereas Elon absolutely just wants more arbitration. He is the bourgeoisie. The man is the richest man in the world, has so much money that of course he does not want you to be able to sue his company. He doesn't even let OSHA enter his factories in America. They're building gigafactories in China. They don't care about you.
With this kind of
they don't want
apocalypse.
your safety, your health.
It hasn't always been like this. Arbitration agreements existed, but were fairly limited in scope. They would cover disputes that were directly related to the contract you signed, like your job. They wouldn't, by contrast, cover your company if they started, say, secretly dumping toxic waste into your backyard 20 years after you left the company. Now, they might. Infinite arbitration clauses are those that can mandate arbitration for almost
demonic shit. This is full-on cyberpunk dystopian shit.
Any kind of dispute pertaining to the parent company and its affiliates forever. Let's unpack that.
If you open an account with Wells Fargo and there's an arbitration clause in there, and it's written very broadly, not just to cover the account that you've opened, but to cover the situation where they open an account that you know nothing about, that they don't tell you about, well, then you're stuck with that arbitration clause for that other account as well.
Just a point of clarity.
It boggles my mind that this is a thing that we're just like, okay, sure. The corpos are stealing from you at every fucking turn, every possible turn. They're just stealing from you. All for me, none for thee. Great, well said, Batcast. They're just stealing from you.
Wells Fargo did do this. And yes, they tried to weasel
couple million fake accounts, million
of a class action with their arbitration clause.
Corporations are trying to expand the reach of arbitration and the breadth of their arbitration clauses to cover as many circumstances as possible because it's more favorable for them, even though it's worse for the everyday consumer.
At a bank, a customer's chair collapsed. When he tried to sue for his injuries, he was forced into arbitration because of the terms of his bank account. Did Wayfair knowingly sell consumers products infested with bed bugs? One consumer started a class action on those grounds, but the case was instead sent to arbitration.
Hey, look, we don't have Johnny Silverhands, but we do have a V.
The terms of service posted on the Wayfair website said consumers were bound to arbitration. The plaintiff didn't even click I agree. General Mills tried to set a policy that liking any of their social media posts amounted to opting in to their forced arbitration policy. After a public outcry, they backed off. In another case surrounding the murder of a 17-year-old at an Airbnb,
this is gonna get worse.
The company tried to force the victim's mother into arbitration when she filed a wrongful death claim. The victim didn't rent the property, neither did the mother. But the mother signed up for an Airbnb account.
Yeah, Karen, we covered it at the start of stream. It is incredibly funny. If guys want to get girls to sleep with them, grifting to the left looks real good right now. Kinda, yeah. Grift to the left, everybody. All of you people on the right, you know, if your viewership is going down because you're too pro-rich, maybe you should grift a little bit to the right. We'll kick you out when it's time, but you know, this is how the Mox was born, to fight the corporates. Yeah. You mean I'm not allowed to sue after I order my kidnapped child and they show up dead? I'm supposed to dispose of the body myself? Yes.
4 years prior, when a user agreement regarding arbitration
I got the joke with the Wayfair one.
Arbitration clauses can be buried.
Was that ever like validated?
Only in terms and conditions, but in warranties, privacy policies, in user manuals. They're truly everywhere. All of these consumer products have some form of arbitration clause.
It's not just that arbitration it's unfair, or even that these arbitration agreements are written in an unfair way.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought it was.
I
didn't think it was real.
Unfair way. Look here at Uber's own 2021 terms and conditions. It takes up something like 14 of the 17 8x11
Consent,
pages here
I
in my
love
hand.
it.
And a consumer is supposed to identify that by flipping through their iPhone, either on a sidewalk while trying to frantically order a ride, or at the dinner table with screaming family members desperate to get their dinner ordered. It's an absurdity. While corporations are trying to expand the scope of arbitration, they're making their arbitration agreements practically illegible. Here, Georgia McGinty is an attorney, and even she would have no idea what was meant by Uber's arbitration agreement.
This is how she ended up because of Uber and forced into arbitration. I have tried everything to get a date, so may as well give turning left a go. Well, I mean, you're doing good by being here.
The McGintys are fighting against Uber's forced arbitration, but as of recording this, it's unclear where the case will ultimately land.
Isn't that what Vosh
There
did,
is one
Comrade
government
Lennon?
agency
Market to incels and then turn them not into incels by like teaching them critical thinking and introspection. Oh shit, that's what this is called, lib baiting. Yeah.
Could rein in infinite arbitration clauses like the one that strapped the McGintys. Just so happens to be the same agency.
I have said we
Elon
should
Musk
troll the
wants to
right.
delete.
Congress gave the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau the power to restrict arbitration clauses in consumer financial contracts. The Consumer Financial
This is what you were talking about earlier, Bulletproof Bullet.
Arbitration clauses in consumer financial contracts. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau tried to do that in 2017.
Oh, by the way, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the CFPB, Elon Musk was talking about how that needs to be defunded a week ago.
Bureau tried to do that in 2017.
I'm not even sure they're funded.
By saying that arbitration clauses that provided for class action waivers were not effective. In other words, you could still have a class action even though you'd agreed to an arbitration clause.
The issue ended up in Congress, where Republicans tried to block the new CFPB rule.
Again, the party that works for the elite and not for you at every turn.
Industry fought against it very hard.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50.
Not to say that Democrats are good on this, but I mean, the Republicans are objectively worse. They are objectively the party of the ultra-rich, whereas the Democrats are just the party of the middle-rich.
President Pence cast the tie-breaking vote in the Senate late at night.
With that vote and Trump's signature, the CFPB's new rules on arbitration were dead.
The CFPB still has some power to limit arbitration clauses.
Lena Khan, Karen, I've covered her before. She's the most based woman in America and has actually produced a ton of change. Although they're getting rid of her soon. She sued Google, she sued Amazon, she sued Facebook. She's the reason that now you have the ability to go and sign up for an app. And in America, the cancellation of your subscription now has to be just as easy as signing up because of her. They made that a law. If you subscribe to Twitter, it has to be as easy to unsubscribe and stop paying them as it is to subscribe. That's things that have come from this. They have lowered drug prices by going after illegal monopolies and illegal working with the DOJ in how, like, we've covered videos on the subject. Go search Lena Khan. I don't want to take the joy away by limiting how awesome she is into small little comparisons of, oh, well, she did this and she did that and she did this. But like food prices, drug prices, tech companies, everything, gone after everything. That was probably the best thing Joe Biden ever did, was put Lena Khan in charge of the FTC.
But it has not used that power since.
The CFPB has since proposed other rules, but those rules could ultimately get vetoed by Congress again. There are other solutions, however. Congress has already limited forced arbitration for specific cases like sexual assault. There's no reason they couldn't do more, say, for consumer lawsuits.
Well,
Senator Sherrod
the reason being they're paid to not.
Also introduced the FAIR Act, which bars forced arbitration clauses in consumer, antitrust, employment, and civil rights cases, but it has yet to get a vote. What's clear is that any effort to hold corporations accountable for their grotesque use of forced arbitration clauses have largely fallen short because most people are ignorant about this ploy until it's too late.
So what do we get from all of this, right? We see Elon Musk and Laura Loomer fighting about H-1B visas because Elon Musk and the tech bros, they want indentured servants that can come into the country but then can't leave, can't unionize, can't complain, can't call the police on their workplace, can't go change jobs if they want to. While also, you're declared an extremist if you declared anything but condemnation for Luigi Mangione. On top of this, insurance companies are stealing from you, going out of their way to ruin your life in any possible way. Even if you're dying on your deathbed, they are calling you and want your money. And on top of this, it's becoming more and more difficult to sue companies for things that they've done illegally, wrongful death suits, neglect. All of this is going to continue in this direction because regardless of who's in charge, regardless of which side wins, with the tech right or the right, as they're calling it, the Nazi right, all of them are still working for the corporations. Even the MAGA that are complaining about Musk and Vivek don't actually understand that it's not just Musk or Vivek. The call is coming from inside the house. It's all of them. They can get rid of them and then another one of them is going to come up. The night of long knives has begun. It has. It genuinely has. And this is what it looks like. All right. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. And then we're going to continue on because we got to talk about some homelessness issues. So I noticed I actually haven't been coughing. I really have to give a shout out here to Cat Piss. If you're watching this, my mod, thank you for the tea. It seems to have done a really good job. All morning I was just coughing my lungs out, so it's kind of nice that I've been able to sit here and talk without that. Yeah, I gotta connect more than 2 dots to point out what's wrong with what they're doing, so it's all just yapping and fake news. Well, I mean, that's how the state of things are now, and they want that to continue. They want to make it worse. Batgaz, no. Elon Musk is not going to get you to Mars. Elon Musk is going to steal from you. Do not trust him. He's a wanker. And that's it. It's just a wanker. He's a ketamine addict who, wants to steal from you. That's all they want to do is enjoy themselves, hang out, have fun, take your money. They want your happiness. They want all that you have to be just siphoned easily all the like a system built specifically to siphon everything from you and leave you suffering, working as a slave. It's the only outcome that they want. If they can't make you do it, they want AI to do it while you starve because you can't get a job because they found robots that can do it. If they can't get the robots to do it, they want you to do it without paying you. Wanker is a good word. So, homelessness rates jumped by double digits this year as Americans battled to afford housing. Now, we've been talking a bit about crime, about drug abuse, about corporate greed, about how they want you to suffer. This is the outcome, by the way. Across the US, more than 771,800 people lived without housing this year. The number for January 2024 is 18% higher than 2023, when officials counted 650,000 people. This is what they want for you. This is what they are producing for you. There's still people shocked to find out that Elon is not, in fact, a genius. Well,
and then arrests. But the city of Los Angeles has taken a different tack. The city has an estimated 45,000 unhoused people and has been plagued by homeless encampments
on
in
this so weird.
city blocks. Mayor Karen Bass told Reuters that criminalizing homelessness isn't a solution to the problem.
Where are you going to put them? Where are you going to put them if you don't house them? So an enforcement strategy that says if you don't get off the street, I'm going to give you a ticket, then that ticket's going to go to a warrant. And then when it comes along for that person to be housed, they can't be housed because they have warrants. So that is not a solution.
Bass spoke.
There is no solution that they want for you. What Donald Trump laid out was that they are going to build little camps for the homeless outside of cities where there'll be doctors. They're going to build Trumpvilles, Hoovervilles. They don't want the homeless in the cities. Little sheds and encampments. Here's what Hoovervilles looked like back during the Great Depression. This is what they're going to do to you. You're going to live in places like this. Little random shacks outside the city where you don't bother the rich people. The numbers are just mind-boggling to me. Now, again, building affordable housing, harsher laws banning tents and sleeping in public spaces. More local leaders need to invest in strategies to keep people in their homes when money is tight. Okay, first of all, to ban people sleeping in tents on the street is ridiculous. It's not useful. It's not helpful. They have nowhere to go if they're doing this. There are shelters. Again, we just discovered that if you have a warrant for your arrest, you're not allowed in the shelters. These people are on the street. They have nothing. And they want harsher laws to kick them off of the nothing that they already have. Do you want to solve homelessness? Do you want to reduce crime in the United States? Do you want to reduce drug addiction in the United States? Do you want to increase the standard of living of the average American? Well, I have some news for you. You need to give people housing and increase their wages. One of the reasons why we can't build affordable housing is because we don't have parts of the industry to get the things required to build houses, such as logging with trees. We import much of this, but also workers. We need skilled workers to do this. Now, skilled workers that are builders, we don't produce those in America. Americans don't go to trade school and learn how to build shit. In Australia, we have TAFE, where you can go and be a tradie. Americans don't do that. So where do our skilled workers who build stuff come from? They come from other countries. They come from the border. They come over a plane. They come with an H-1B visa. They want to get rid of these people while they also want to build houses. You can't have both. You want people to stay in their houses and not become homeless? Increase their wages. Reduce the prices of, like, healthcare, for one. You can't really reduce grocery prices. You can only raise wages to match that. But reduce healthcare prices because we pay an obscene amount that we don't need to be paying. Give people healthcare. Give people rehab if they want it. Give people money if they need it. If you give homeless people or jobless people money or housing when they don't have it, they get a job and then they make you more money. They profit the government to do this. Giving homeless people housing profits the government. We have more empty houses in America than we have homeless people. The low-cost housing in downtown or suburbs, there is no low-cost housing in downtown or suburbs. We just don't have housing left. We don't build them because we don't have the builders. Yep, Reagan and Nixon started eviscerating skilled worker sphere and selling us out to China. China manufacturing leads to Chinese with a plethora of technicians, engineers, machine fixers. Same as anywhere else, we lose skill sets because we're not funding these things. We're not encouraging people to have these jobs. And I'm gonna say to be fair, but it's not fair. The way that at the very least, I think the Trump administration wants to try and fix this. We saw it in the video explaining the education strategy where they're going to have work projects during class and unpaid internships to ready them for work after school. They're going to make kids do labor. Maybe some of those kids doing labor are going to learn how to be skilled workers. Not to say that's a good thing, but like, we have none, and we can't do any of this stuff without that. Now, could we acquire them? Easily. But will they? No. You just need to pay people, and they don't want to pay anyone for anything. They want to blame you for being homeless. They want to put it on you as a personal failing rather than the system failing you, when the system is supposed to be built to work for you, not you working for the system. Look, I mean, it's not even really a silver lining, more of a bronze lining, but even there, the point there is even they're aware. We can't just degrade the homeless's quality of life until overdose and death becomes preferable. I mean, that's what they want to do. They want these people to die because they're seen as useless. But they don't want to kill them, and they don't want them to die quickly because, again, their job is to scare the middle class to continue working. Seattle plans to build micro houses, and it is working. Well, it's working while they're funded, which is good. You know, it's a good idea. Building housing for homeless people is better than having homeless people. Building housing for homeless people makes them get a job. It's mind-blowing that we're still on this debate when this has been proven time and time and time again. But of course, Americans don't believe in reality. They don't care. They don't want you to live happily. I like researching metals. I keep learning about inorganic chemistry, earth, metals. You cover the earth sciences a lot, and I dig that. Get it? Dig? Haha. Well, I do. I do get it. I do. And honestly, those rare earth elements that we're mining, some of that is really, like, it's worse for the environment in some cases than fossil fuel industries are. EVs are not good for the environment. Did you know that if your Tesla's, like, car battery lights on fire, it burns for like a full day, like almost 24 hours it will burn, and you can't put it out unless you flood it with gallons and gallons and gallons of water? I mean, to be fair, that they want a final solution to the homeless problem by that. And again, here's Bernie Sanders talking about how your standard of life could be better. Every single thing that he says here would reduce the amount of homelessness.
It's not only that 60,000 people a year die because they don't get to a doctor. It's not only that our life expectancy is lower than other countries. It's not only that working class people in this country live 7 or 8 years shorter lives than the rich. It's not only that we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. You add all that together, guess what? We're paying twice as much per person for healthcare than the Canadians and people around the world. Twice as much.
Yeah, twice as much. Bulletproof bullet, there's nothing wrong with Hoovervilles at the time. Yes, that was ordinary Americans pulling up by themselves by the bootstrap, but it is wrong when that is a system that's going to be produced intentionally by the state to get rid of the homeless and the poor from the big cities. That's the plan they've laid out. Again, we're talking about the Trump administration here, so the plans that they lay out are not necessarily exactly the plans that are going to come to reality. They say a lot of shit and they only do about a quarter of it, but they have said this and we have watched it on stream. So it's important to keep that in mind. It has to be said, at least here in the UK, we have a finite amount of space and there has to be a percentage of land that we do not build on so as to farm, which is, well, I mean, not really. The UK's agriculture sector isn't growing, it's consolidating into smaller mega farms. So they're not even using as much of the land, but also there's still plenty of space to build houses. The UK is not doing great for a lot of reasons, and one of them is because of Your government works for the rich, not for you, same as everywhere else. But also there's this idea of we don't want anyone to come into the country, when you also have the same issue of British people aren't as producing, they're not, like England isn't producing as many skilled workers as they need to build such houses, to repair, to maintain facilities that exist. Immigrants do these jobs, and England doesn't want immigrants because there's other issues that are plaguing England, caused by the wealthy being scapegoated as immigrants causing these problems. Been helping the homeless a little bit where I can since the early 2000s. First collapse of the economy in my lifetime. It ain't easy, but it's doable. That's excellent. Based. Go help the homeless however you can. Go volunteer at a shelter. Homeless people are just like you. They don't want you to be able to become homeless and pull yourself out of it. They instead want to make you hit rock bottom, too hard to crawl out of. They want you to use hard drugs to incentivize others that they're suffering to pull you back down like crabs in a boiling pot, so they can endlessly shoot at the ground like Dance Hobo Dance, until eventually you get shot in the foot, can't get back up, and to incentivize all the working poor to never question their lot in life and do as they're told. This is 100% true. That is what they want. That is the end game. Now, whether or not it is Trump's endgame or Elon's endgame, that is the bourgeoisie's endgame, the capital class, the wealthy, the people who, again, are making you pay twice as much for healthcare as every other country surrounding us. It's all of these systems tie in to each other. All of these systems are not islands onto their own. Everything is interconnected. We live in a modern society where every social aspect and every financial aspect and all of the government ties together, and also ties together with every other country. Something that happens on one part of the chain affects the entire link down the chain. One domino falling makes the other dominoes fall. This is a product of the system functioning as it is built to function. This is not them breaking it. This is not something wrong that's happening that wasn't planned. This is just the next step. This is it. It's water flowing downstream.
For healthcare than the Canadians and people around the world. Twice as much. Why is that? Well, obviously. What is the function of the healthcare system? Is it to provide quality care to all? No. It is to make the drug companies and the insurance companies rich. In that sense, it is succeeding very, very well. And they will fight you to the death. Fight you to the death to give up that lucrative industry. So, basically, I think what we should do is make Medicare more efficient, expand it, and then gradually cover all of our people through a Medicare program. Get rid of the profiteering, get rid of the billing, get rid of the complexity. My wife has a PhD. She goes crazy trying to figure out our healthcare bills, right?
Also, you want to see our new chair of the oversight committee that AOC lost to? This is how Democrats think that they should fight for you.
I'm all for. I'm a wonk. I love the abstract. I love the academic. I've got.
Wait, actually, before we listen to him, this guy might have been good in like a Biden administration. Policy wonks are nice, right? They know what they're doing, but a policy wonk under the Trump administration, not going to be helpful. Not someone loud, not someone that will go on media and fight. This is the chair of the Senate Oversight Committee.
I'm all for. I'm a wonk. I love the abstract. I love the academic. I've got colleagues for whom the job is performative. It has nothing to do with legislative achievement. It has to do with bloviating on the floor or getting on cable television or something.
He doesn't want to go on TV and talk about his job. He's the Oversight Committee chair. He calls it performative and bloviating to go on the media and talk about their job. This is the whitest man ever conceived. Maybe, yeah.
But it's not about legislative achievement.
He looks like his name is Ron.
The last thing in the world they want to do. I'm all for.
It's just, they're not going to help you guys. And they need to, by the way, because things are getting pretty bad. Scary, a little bit at least. So this is not, we're not at pandemic levels yet, but this is the CDC's confirmed cases of bird flu in wild birds all over the United States. This came out yesterday. So there are wild birds everywhere that have the bird flu. This is causing a lot of issues with animals, specifically big cats in zoos, now also touching on house cats, but this can also spread from animal to human. Animals to human transmission is so far rare. There hasn't been a lot of people that have been like confirmed to be infected with this. But if you go on the CDC's website here for the map, which I will put in the link to the description, at the very least, you can check out your county and your state. Again, if you have a cat, keep your cat inside, buy cat food that isn't poultry, and ideally also isn't beef, because this is what's happening now.
There are new concerns tonight as bird flu continues.
How do we maximize transmission between Republicans? Well, to be fair, they'll do it themselves. If we get another pandemic, just wear a mask, wash your hands, get a vaccine if they have one, and then ignore the Republicans. They'll all just kind of... They're already talking about how they need to buy more guns because the government's coming to lock them down again. They're already in the like COVID conspiracy all over again.
There are new concerns tonight as bird flu continues to spread. A week ago, California declared a state of emergency after a mass infection of dairy cattle there in Washington state, where cases have
This is an American problem right now, but avian flu global transmission is going to increase. Currently, actually, Australia is the only continent free from this strain of H5N1 bird flu. Never mind. Yes, this is an entire world thing. Map. Give me a map. Give me the WHO. Give me World Health Organization. I mean, like, there's just information. I don't think there's a map of like places that have higher rates than others right now globally, because again, that CDC map just came out yesterday. But I mean, it is going to spread. We know this through COVID. At the very least, even if it's not in your country now, this is an airborne virus that affects your lungs, that can be spread from animals to humans, which was, you know, not a thing with COVID. This is now in addition to that. So it will become a global problem, especially if America handles it poorly. So you should not take this and be like, oh, this is just America, and leave it.
On the rise. More than half of the big cats at one wildlife sanctuary died after contracting the virus.
It's not, we're not at a pandemic level yet, but it's spreading a lot more. It has spread to some humans who are now in quarantine, and the spread in birds is getting like way more prevalent, as well as spreading to dairy cattle. The cat in Oregon that died because it ate frozen cat food that came from an infected turkey.
Even more concerning,
and
it is unclear exactly how they got bird flu. CNN's Randy Kay has the story.
I mean, to be fair, we should mass kill the cattle.
That's Thumper, a 10-year-old Eurasian lynx who used to love to play and scratch the
decks. And then
decks,
not produce more cattle. We should just do lab-grown meat after that.
High above the foliage. The video
from
August was taken at the Wild Felid Advocacy Center of Washington, a big cat sanctuary where Thumper lived. Thumper is one of 20 cats from the sanctuary who died in recent weeks from bird flu.
We thought we were doing everything we could to avoid anything like this from happening. The cats are pretty well split up into 30 by 40 foot.
Now, the reason I'm going to show this, well, you could just go vegan, but lab-grown meat is cheap. I mean, it's not cheap, but like it's efficient. It doesn't use like as much water, and it's so we can make lab-grown meat so good that a professional chef can't tell the difference. But listen to this. All right, this is the reason I'm showing you this video is to get an understanding of how transmission can happen in these environments so quickly.
The sanctuary's director and co-founder, Mark Matthews, says the cat's enclosures are spread out among 5 acres. He told me their first cat got sick on November 22nd. The 17-year-old cougar named Hannah, Wyoming, stopped eating and died the next day. A day later, this African caracal named Crackle also got sick and died.
So again, these are very spread out. They, like we saw it. I mean, those are not close quarters for big cats. These are decently sized enclosures with spacing, but it is, again, an airborne disease.
This African caracal named Crackle also got sick and died. Others they lost included this cougar named Holly and Tabby, a Bengal tiger.
Tabby the
we can
tiger
talk about it another
was,
time if you want, Bulletproof
very
Bullet.
fun, loving tiger. She had a super personality. Every time I
Well,
came up,
so
she'd come
Zeef,
running.
they're outside. There's birds that have bird flu all over the country. The birds fly into the enclosure. Tiger here eats one of the birds, or maybe the bird, I don't know, flies over the water and poops in it, and then the tiger drinks the water. Bam, sick tiger. Synth meat, you wouldn't tell the difference of, Batgaz. You would not be able to tell the difference of. I don't want you to be able to eat regular meat. I want to ban the meat industry entirely.
Running to meet me.
You won't notice the
Bengal
difference.
cat Pebbles also succumbed to
meat
bird
is
flu,
bad for you.
as well as Mouse, a Jeffrey cat.
Oh, Mouse.
Only 17 of the 37 cats once housed here are left. Nico, an African serval, is still in critical condition, fighting to regain the use of his back legs.
Feeling devastated, kind of in shock. I'm just
Professional
taking
chefs.
really good care of those ones who are recovering.
The disease spread rapidly, and they still don't know how exactly the bird flu entered their facility.
Initially, we thought it was for bird droppings from waterfowl. We are in a flight pattern for migratory birds, so I don't know if that's part of the equation or not. So we really don't know at this time if it was food related or not.
Although we don't know exactly how it got
Like
there.
it's
it
just
makes
ramping
sense.
up, which is the scary part. Like this has been an issue for a while. The spread to humans and between several different kinds of animals, because now we have had birds, cattle, large cats, house cats, and humans all catch this, and that's what's scary.
That it's likely due to migratory birds, because we know bird flu is transmitted through the migratory bird population.
Dr. Dean Blumberg is an infectious disease expert at UC Davis.
It's spread through the bird's saliva, the feces, the urine, and so you really can't protect against that in the natural environment.
The staff at the sanctuary are working tirelessly to disinfect the habitats, while also protecting themselves from getting sick. They're wearing PPE, including N95 masks, and doing foot baths when they enter and leave.
The virus may mutate
It will, Karen.
and become more easily transmitted person to person. So the more this virus circulates, and specifically co-circulates with human strains, that's going to increase the odds of the...
All you gotta do, there's almost certainly like some form of chicken that we we don't genetically modify them, but we pump them full of hormones and shit, I guess. It's the same difference to me. When someone says GMO, I just kind of assume that they talk about the food industry generally, because no one really knows what half these words mean. Regardless, just treat this like you would have treated a smaller COVID outbreak towards the end of COVID. Be sure to wash your hands. And if you have cats, that's the important bit right now. Don't feed them any poultry.
Virus evolving to more human-to-human transmission, and that of course could signal another pandemic.
Randy, I understand there's also concern now about house cats. What are you learning?
Yeah, Jim, there's not only the big cats who are at risk, but now it seems that the house cats are at risk as well. This is after a house cat in Oregon died after eating a pet product that was later found to be infected with or tested positive for bird flu. So now this Portland-based...
Eldon Laura Horder, there's several different strains of this going around now. Like the one that's affecting the cats is entirely different than the one that was affecting cattle. It's evolving.
Portland, Oregon-based pet food company is issuing a nationwide voluntary recall. The name of the company is Northwest Naturals, and the recall is for a 2-pound feline turkey recipe. That's one of their raw.
Well, the meat industry is
recipes.
a disgusting industry, and it has always been this way. The reason why I'm saying, like, pay attention to the food you're giving your animals and what you're eating is because likely they're going to come infected. We know that once Donald Trump takes the presidency, there are going to be removing regulations from all of these companies. There will be significantly less requirement to report, to check. There'll be less monitoring. Again, the CDC and the Health and Human Services entirely is going to be run by Robert F. Kennedy and Dr. Oz. So...
And I should note that this product was distributed all over the United States, across this country. It was also distributed in parts of Canada, including British Columbia. So there's a lot of concern, Jim, for pet owners, certainly cat owners, about how this might spread. Can their cat get it? Can it spread to humans? So many questions for pet owners. I also want to note, Jim, that that sanctuary we reported on is closed for now to the public, but they are hoping to reopen again in March.
Randy Kay, thanks so much. Joining me now, Director for the Center.
Oh yeah, Silicon Valley's all ready
Disease
for the end of the world because they're a death cult.
Research and Policy at the University of Minnesota, the epidemiologist Michael Osterholm. Good to speak to you again, sir. Thanks so much for joining.
Thank you, Jim. Good to be with you.
As far as we know at this point, bird flu has not made the jump of going from human to human. People have contracted the virus from animals. I wonder...
Just to cut here, we're going to finish listening to this guy talk, but I found this, and this is from 8 hours ago, and it's about revealing the bird flu virus mutated in a person with a severe case in Louisiana, so I want to know what this is about.
All right, we're learning more about the person in Louisiana.
It has Arberlin. There are people, like, again, we're to watch one person who has got it. Have they blamed China yet? No, not yet.
The country's first severe case of bird flu. An analysis by the CDC is now revealing that that virus likely mutated. So what does that mean for the rest of us? Scripps News investigative correspondent Patrick Terpstra is live here with us to explain what all this means and if we need to be concerned. And Patrick, after we all lived through that pandemic, I think people are...
Maybe if you have some spare money, go get some extra masks and some hand sanitizer before the rush starts. That might be a good way to start.
Are a little bit skittish, thinking, is there another one around the corner?
Oh, absolutely. You hear that word mutation after the word virus, and it really does set off alarms. It's the sort of thing that virologists do worry about. The CDC's latest report says genetic sequencing from 2 samples of the bird flu that severely sickened a patient in Louisiana shows minor mutations in the virus compared to the samples of the virus that were found on the patient's property. Now, scientists say it appears that the virus mutated as it spread inside this particular person's body, an alarming development showing that the virus is able to change and adapt, but it also suggests that the virus itself has not fundamentally changed, at least not yet. A statement by the CDC released yesterday calls this concerning, but says these changes would be more concerning if found in animal hosts or in early stages of infection within a few days of symptoms.
Don't freak out, but keep an eye.
Onset, when these changes might be more likely to facilitate spread to close contacts. Notably, in this case, no transmission from the patient in Louisiana to other persons has been identified. Earlier this month, we learned the person in Louisiana had been hospitalized with a severe case of bird flu. It was the first severe illness linked to the virus in the U.S. Important to note here that human cases of bird flu remain relatively rare. 61 cases reported since April. That's according to the CDC.
That's still more than I expected.
The Louisiana patient's infection likely came from him being or him or her being exposed to sick and dead birds in a backyard flock. Fortunately, there has still not been a reported case of person-to-person transmission of bird flu.
I'm not worried about this now. I'm not even worried about bird flu. I'm worried about health and safety for everybody in a administration that doesn't believe in reality. This is just one risk. Big hug, good guy, Dari. This is just one risk that exists right now. They want to take away, like, the requirements to be vaccinated to go to school. They're going to make vaccines more expensive. You're going to have polio making a comeback, measles, mumps, rubella. Get yourselves prepared, because almost certainly there will be a pandemic under the Trump administration if they choose to go down the route that they have said that they will. Whether or not they do this, again, we don't know. But during COVID, I mean, they neutered the CDC. There was a reason why we didn't get tests in America for as long as we did, and that's because of Trump and the CDC specifically going out of their way, or rather the people running the CDC going out of their way to stop anyone who wanted to do their job from doing their job. Malaria, red blood cells harbor, yeah, of course. Well, at least there's a new malaria vaccine. I mean, we saw that earlier.
How far away we are from that possibility? Are we? I wonder how far away we are from that possibility. Are we just, in effect, one mutation away from human-to-human transmission?
I mean, technically,
Well,
but
Jim,
not
let me just be
necessarily.
really clear here that this is not rocket science, it's flu work. It's actually a lot more complicated. We don't know, and anyone that tells you they do know,
it could happen tomorrow. It could never happen at all.
Of course, flu viruses continue to change; they mutate. This particular H5N1 virus has been doing this really since 1996, when it first showed up in China, caused an outbreak in Hong Kong in '97. And what most people don't realize is this was killing cats way back in 2003 and 4.
I remember
one
this.
of the zoos in Thailand lost over 100 large cats because they were fed culled poultry that had died from H5N1. And so we've been seeing this for a long time in cats. What's changed, though, is in the last 2 years, a new strain of this H5N1 has emerged that has caused a lot of additional infections in mammal species that we'd not seen this before, over 50. And of course, as you're well aware, the dairy side of the house now has also contributed substantially to this, which we had never seen before. So we don't know where we're at.
So yeah, the dairy bit is scary. Well, I mean, a lot of zootonic diseases come out of China because there's a lot of wet markets in China, but not necessarily the only place they come from. This particular strain existed since the 90s. Again, it's just been around. What's happening now is entirely unrelated to what happened in 2003, birds taking their revenge against cats. Maybe that is what it is.
Right now with this
And
virus,
cows.
there will be more
And
influenza
us.
pandemics. Is this the one that's going to cause it? We don't know.
That's the open question, of course. I wonder, and I remember I've covered previous H1N1 outbreaks years ago. Those did not develop into a pandemic, thankfully. I wonder over what time period might such a thing happen given where we are now? Is it a matter of
Again, it could happen tomorrow. It could never happen.
weeks, months, years, or does that fall into the we don't know category as well?
We don't know category is really the operative word for today. But let me just point out that we are doing more and more with this virus as a result of human activity, such as what we're seeing in dairy cattle right now, bringing together this virus. And we only learned this past year that the cow udder actually has receptor sites, or the ability for both bird viruses and human viruses to grow in that udder. Why is that important? Because that's how you actually see pandemic strains emerge, where two different viruses co-infect cells, swap out genes, and then create this brand new virus. And so this is why we're so concerned. Has it happened yet? No, we have not seen any evidence of severe illness
with
being
climate change, we're going to see a lot more of
individuals
this.
who work in the dairy area. But that could all change tonight. And that's what we're trying to help people understand, is that we're on a major alert right now for this issue.
What should the country be doing right now to help, to the extent that it can, to help prevent this from becoming something more serious?
Well, this is a lot.
Well, also, while they're talking about what we can do to help, this is what's happening in other parts of America. This is from earlier this month, actually 8 days ago. Louisiana forbids public health workers from promoting COVID, flu, and Mpox shots. Thank you for the follow, lovely light star. So yes, instead of treating disease, we are banning healthcare public workers from promoting vaccines. A group of high-level managers at the Louisiana Department of Health walked into a November 14th meeting in Baton Rouge expecting to talk about outreach and community events. Instead, they were told by an assistant secretary in the department that another official, that department leadership, had a new policy advertising or otherwise promoting the COVID influenza, which, by the way, bird flu is influenza, or Mpox vaccines, an established practice there and at most other health entities in the U.S. must stop. U.S. is becoming Bioshock real quick. We did warn them. NPR has confirmed the policy was discussed at this meeting and that 2 other meetings had been held in the department's Office of Public Health on October 3rd and November 21st through interviews with 4 employees at the Department of Health, which employs more than 6,500 people and is the state's largest agency. According to the employees who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they feared losing their jobs, the policy would be implemented quietly and would not be put in writing. Staffers were told that it applies to every aspect of the health department's work. Employees could not send out press releases, give interviews, hold vaccine events, give presentations, create social media posts, encouraging public to go get vaccines. Isn't Baton Rouge's mayor a Democrat? Maybe. Does it matter? Both of them don't work for you. The Republicans and the Democrats, neither of them work for you. The Republicans just hate you more. That's really the only difference. You can't expect good things from the Democrats. This is really bad. Remember, it'll mainly kill people in Louisiana. I mean, you were asking how to ensure that most of the damage is done to not us. It seems like they're kind of on it, mate. We don't really have to do anything. I put the data into a bat computer and it has solved it. The drones over the US are from Russia. No, I'll tell you what, I showed you what the drones from the US are. I'll show you again. I don't know why the drones are coming up, but this is what the drones are. I mean, not all of them, but this be the drones. Sorry, copyrighted music. The drones are nothing. Ignore the drones. The drones were a distraction from this shit. The new policy in Louisiana was implemented as some politicians have promoted false information about vaccines, as President-elect Donald Trump seeks to have anti-vaccine activist RFK lead the U.S. Department of Health. Some public health experts are concerned that if other states follow Louisiana, the U.S. could face rising levels of disease and further erosion of trust in the nation's public health infrastructure, which is exactly what they want. Also, yes, 10 out of 10 troll. At a December 16th news conference, Trump addressed ongoing concerns about Kennedy's nomination, whether it could lead to significant changes in national vaccine policy, and he said some bullshit that doesn't really matter. I don't know. So they hate you. They hate you, and it's a death cult, is where I feel like we've landed here, right? I can't really, I can't see a way to go further than that. And again, it's because of, it's mostly because of idiots. It's mostly because of rich people who want to steal your money. It's because of the Nazis who hate you and want you to die. And it's because of the corporations who want to enslave you. Speaking of Nazis, you guys want to see how police actually should deal with Nazis? For the first time I've ever seen cops deal with Nazis properly. It's exactly like this. Thank you, Queensland Police Department.
Move. Good for you. Move. Go. You too, mate. Get lost.
Hold on. Sorry, my sound is messed up. I think my headphones.
Get lost. I find
Smack
that
'em.
offensive.
That's how you treat your Nazis.
You too, mate. Get lost. Get lost. I find that offensive and you're in my space.
You're in my space.
Good. Move.
You're in my space.
Go. You are not welcome in this city. Go. Your behavior is disgusting.
We just walked around.
Yep, of course you did.
That's all we did. We just walked.
Yep, this is in Queensland, Scars. This is how you deal with Nazis.
Walked around.
Keep walking.
They should
There's no
be.
need to put your hands on me.
Move.
Not. Keep walking.
You just did.
Keep walking.
You just did.
Keep walking.
You come from far.
The only group that deserves to be treated like this are Nazis.
Sorry. Keep going.
I just want to see him smack him.
Good for you. Move. Go. You too, mate. Get lost.
Oh, that smack is so
I find that
good.
offensive and you're in my space.
You're in my space.
Good. Move.
You're in my space.
I find that offensive and you're in my space. You're in my space. Good. Move. You're not welcome in this city. Good. It's working. He kept walking. Exactly. This is how you deal with these people.
You are not
We should also do this to corporate executives, but obviously the cops aren't going to do that, but
welcome in this city. Go.
can't expect a miracle.
Your behavior is disgusting.
We just walked around.
Yep. Of course you did.
That's all we did. We just walked around.
Keep walking.
Yeah, keep walking.
There's no need to put your hands on me.
I'm not. Keep walking.
You just did.
Oh God. These are cops like abusing Nazis, and I'm all for it. Actually, is it even abuse? It's just cops being mean to Nazis the way that they deserve to be treated. So, yeah, the cop was so sick of him. It was great. Britons never ever shall be slaves sing along. Yeah. They're right near the emo hangout area. Was that in Brisbane? I think he pushed him there at the end. He did. He smacked him in the beginning. The like move. That smack was just so clean on my headset. It was great. Love it. Love it. Love it. Yeah, I figured that was Brisbane. I thought maybe it was like Gold Coast or something. So we got a lot of international news to go over, and I'm gonna save most of that just because I'm still trying to conserve my my voice. I have two things I want to show you, and one will infuriate you, and one is educational. So which would you guys prefer? Would you guys like to be infuriated by how Democrats knew that Joe Biden's mental health and mental well-being was declining well ahead of even 2022, not even this year, and just went along and hit it? Or would you like to learn about girl math and girl dinner, and how these terms being used online and social media, mostly by younger women, are actually just a different rebranding of the trad wife return to tradition mentality that the right wing is trying to push on the American people? Oregon Nazis, so a lot of damage in the community has been pushing back for decades. Good, you should push back. I feel like today I want to learn about something interesting rather than yell. I gotta save my voice. So let's jump to that. Let me find that video. Oh, also one bit of a good news that happened that I'll share internationally. This is some international news that happened today, but it's good news. I know Visora is trying to educate me again. I get inflamed. Yeah, they're gonna put you in the camps if I keep educating you.
Hello, we start with breaking news from South Korea, where in the last few hours the political crisis has deepened. As MPs...
It is kind of gender studies, but it's more just a study on rhetoric, social media, misinformation, misogyny. Like, there's a lot that goes into this idea.
Voted to
impeach a really good video essay.
Acting president. There was chaos in Parliament. A majority of lawmakers voted in favour of impeaching Han Duck-soo.
In May of 2021,
less than 2 weeks after he was appointed to the country's leadership, after the impeachment of the former president, Yoon Suk-yeol, over his failed attempt to impose martial law. Well, Han is accused of aiding and abetting that attempt, and also...
Again, this is how you deal with a fascist dictatorship trying to develop in your country as well. You remove them from power and impeach them.
Blocking the appointment of
I hope so,
judges.
bulletproof bullet. Honestly, actually, wait, sorry, I'm not allowed to say that. I hope that he is found guilty on all charges, because he is guilty on all charges, and every one of his collaborators are also found guilty on all charges. This is how you deal with fascists trying to take a country.
And to oversee the case.
Yeah, ignore what I said. I never said that. That was a joke.
Well, now this man,
Minecraft.
Choi Sang-mok, the finance minister, will become South Korea's third president in the space of just a couple of weeks. In the last few minutes, he said the government has ordered the militaries to step up vigilance amid fears that North Korea could take advantage of the political turmoil in the south. Well, I've been getting the latest developments from our correspondent Jean McKenzie in the capital, Seoul.
President ever since Yoon Suk-yeol was impeached.
You mean the scenes?
Just less than 2 weeks
Again,
ago.
imagine Congress doing that.
As president ever since Yoon Suk-yeol was impeached.
Imagine our Congress, our Senate, raising their fists like, fuck you, power to the people. They won't do that here.
Less than 2 weeks ago.
Yes, determined by the legal system, of course.
Which means they've been able to get this vote through. But what happened when it went through was that these members of Mr. Yoon's party, the ruling party, they were the ones that got to their feet, surrounded.
They tried to start a war with North Korea. Part of the plan for this takeover was A, try a false flag and pretend like North Korea attacked them, and then attack North Korea in response. Martial law. Yoon Suk-yeol becomes like forever god of Korea. That didn't work. They tried to instigate a attack from North Korea. That also didn't work. And then he just did the martial law anyway, and this is how we ended up here. It's a simplified version of what happened, but essentially, yeah. Also, 75% of South Koreans want nukes now. They should not get them. How can a president like him and Trump and so many other retards, like more than 50% of the citizens of this country, of every country, are, well, there's a reason, Karen. It's because they're meant to be. Did I hear Visora say it's okay to violently remove a PM if you disagree with them? It's okay to not violently. I never ever advocated for violence. I said these people are raising their fists in protests, actually. I never ever said you should do violence.
Yoon Suk-yeol was impeached just less than 2 weeks ago.
That imagine that happening in our Congress.
Yoon's party, the ruling party, they were the ones that got to their feet, surrounded the Speaker of the House, started shouting at him. They are angry that he has even allowed this vote to go ahead. Such is now the political animosity between these two parties, total political gridlock in this country. How did we get here?
Well, I mean, they're just like us.
Days, this row has erupted between the opposition party and Prime Minister Han. Mr. Han has refused to appoint the judges that Parliament had chosen to oversee Mr. Yoon's impeachment trial. This is the court case that is ultimately...
They're still trying to seize power from the citizens. They're still... Sorry, I'm getting my cushion in my chair right. They're still trying.
Going to decide whether Mr.
Two-party
Yoon
system,
should be
guys.
barred from office for good or whether he should be reinstated. And the
Reinstated? Are you fucking kidding me? They're trying to reinstate him. It's the same everywhere. The right wing everywhere have the same exact narrative, the same ideas, and the same goals. You know who does this correctly? You know who deals with this in a way that isn't just absolutely fucking embarrassing? Georgia. Day 30. 30 days of protesting in the streets, of fireworks and cops and laser pointers, of water cannons and tear gas and... Probably copyright music. No, they're playing music. Good. Yeah, North Korea would win right now. Thank you, Oxpecker. Don't worry, I'll throw that up there. I think I've gotten better at remembering now. But we still have a video essay to go over. Look, we'll talk more about international politics on Monday. Today, I just want to touch on some thing I found interesting. And
in May of
this is a pattern that's been developing of infantilization of women, using terms like girl math and girl dinner that were originally not created for these, the co-opting of young people's language and the enshittification, the conservativization of them. That's because you're not TikTok brain-pilled, Captain Buggy. It's good. The fact that you've never heard this means your brain hasn't rotted. Now, let's listen to this excellent video essay and this very smart person explained to us. Yes, Tbilisi is still going. Yes, Marquis, they're still fucking going.
A seminal body of work that spoke to the highs and horrors of youth.
I thought it was interesting. Wait, sorry, that's copyright again. There's going to be some copyrights in this first section. Let me just jump to right about... Yeah, there we go. That's when they stop. Girl math, when you spend $10, when you have $10 Sephora coupon and a $20 Sephora coupon, well, that means that you have, you know, $30. Even if you have to spend $50 to buy it, that you just got $30 of free stuff.
Some women had interests and tastes outside of the 2010s, which was fatally defined by not like other girl discourse.
Hey, PPG.
This was an era where some women had interests and tastes outside of the mainstream or traditionally feminine parameters. And this somehow snowballed into an unrecognizable, hellish debate that lasted an entire decade.
The right's done the same thing with Karen and Pick Me. It's so annoying. That's what they do. They co-opt our words. That's why we need to co-opt theirs.
Trust me, I was there. But when the Girlaissance began to take shape in the summer of 2023, we quickly found that this divide was behind us. Barbenheimer became a cultural phenomenon, which saw films dressed in all pink to watch a nearly 6-hour double feature.
This, by the way, this shift to the Girlaissance, as this video calls it, comes from things like Gamergate, when women were the I'm not like other girls discourse led to right-wingers wanting more traditional women's roles and ideals back and pushing for those people like Ann Coulter, like Lauren Southern. They created the wave that led to this. And
and girl dinner were added to the digital dictionary. Billionaire girl bosses dominated our feeds, and various girl aesthetics popped up and floated by. It was a sparkly,
like this. I know that some of you guys might be bored of this, but this really does tie into everything, and I really don't think you should tune out.
Of a summer. Since then, we have been utterly possessed by girlhood. It has crystallized into something sacred. We treat it as an escape, a return to what some have described as innocence and freedom.
All of these are right-wing points.
Here, or it looks kind of weird from this angle. Anyways, furthermore, our obsession with girlhood isn't staying contained to TikTok. It's popping up in ad campaigns.
Yes, Karen.
It's influencing our media. This topic is significant. It's a reflection of our world. As Anita Harris argues, girlhood has been a burning topic in our society since the 90s. This was the peak of the Riot Grrrl movement, as well as our entrance into girl power politics.
That's gonna again be a copyrighted bit of music.
Regulations to questions about a girl's values, pastimes, and politics. Discussions about girlhood
you made me laugh,
morphed into discussions about culture. We have come to the conclusion that the way we feed our culture—
the key word here, culture. The key word. Remember, Vivek Ramaswamy used the word culture and the backlash that he's getting. Remember what we just read at the beginning of stream and tie that to this. Everything is related. Nothing is separate. Again, to play devil's advocate, it could be said by some, not me, that we gave more and more women more and more power and look at the state of the world. Well, I mean, they are saying that. And this is the outcome of them co-opting innocent things that young women are producing online and attaching that meaning to it. That's the point of the video, Backaz. You're actually on point. That is the sentiment they want to attach to these things, to girlhood.
Is the way we feed our girls. It's cyclical. Instead of
ban
being
the right wing from the internet
category or a peripheral identity, girls
ban
have
us all from the
transitioned
internet
to the forefront of our minds. They have emerged as their own phenomenon, according to Harris. So what does the girlissance mean, and how does it impact us? I hate to say it, but the answer isn't simple. It's complex, it's
nuanced,
contradictory, it's Shakespearean. I would argue that the girlissance has the potential to both help and harm its participants. On one hand, our obsession with girlhood is a way for femmes to reclaim their relationship with femininity, as well as with youth. On the other hand, it's often used to reassert conservative ideals.
There we go.
The girlissance is an ever-moving mishmash of radical—
Also, white supremacy does fall into this as well. It's a whole, like, umbrella that comes out of this.
Negotiation and infantilizing brain rot. Let's look closer. Hello, my name is Shania, and I'm a writer and visualist who focuses on pop culture and other silly internet happenings.
Their socials. Thank you.
It's November.
Yes, this was pre-election, so
and I just wanted to tell you that
we're gonna miss some context.
Okay, so to make sense of this video, I need to ruin your attention span. By that, I mean I need to introduce you to the ins and outs of TikTok tyranny. Recently, girl trends have taken social media by storm. These are viral niches within the larger girl renaissance, and they include girl math, girl dinner, aesthetic girlhood, and just a girl.
The just a girl one has done so much damage, but girl math is also done we're gonna see a lot of like misogyny in this video.
Break it down. In May of 2023, a TikTok user by the name of Olivia posted one of their favorite meals: grapes, bread, cheese, butter, and wine.
I call this girl dinner or medieval peasant.
Though the cold butter and raw bread confuse me and
that looks like a delicious dinner, by the way. I would eat that shit.
Girl dinner stuck regardless. About 2 months later, TikTok user Karma Carr posted a girl dinner ditty, and this is where the trend really took off.
Ditty?
Ditty, not ditty, ditty.
This is my meal. I call this girl dinner. Girl dinner. Girl dinner. Girl dinner. Girl dinner. Oh, girl dinner.
Yeah, always thought, what is the reason for ridiculing women loving Twilight? Like, bro, we men watch 40-year-old women, 40-year-old men kick each other in the nuts, say you can't see me, John Cena. Twilight is actually like, if I could, in good conscience, watch the 3-hour video that ContraPoints made on Twilight, I would on stream. You should go watch it. It's not even about Twilight. It's about all of the different themes. It's so good.
Karma's sound became the background gospel to women and girls' mealtime. Videos depicted women eating dill pickles.
Well, maybe you should wait until the end of the video, Nepfox.
Tortillas with nothing but mashed avocado inside. And plain noodles with
because this is the innocent place where this came from.
Is a chaotic free-for-all. It's entirely random, like a charcuterie board or British cuisine.
Sorry, Backaz.
It's kind of beautiful, really.
Watch that video on Twilight. I promise you won't, like, regret it. It's very long, but...
No. No. That one.
I think you're supposed to toast the bread.
Love you guys.
I think you're supposed to toast the bread before you put beans on it.
Mainstream, and the meaning of it changed.
That's British food. Beans on toast. That is British food.
Girl dinner, it was no dinner. Portions became extremely small.
Here we go.
Vape became a regular substitute. Instead of rallying around the joy of boundaryless yet satisfying meals, girl dinner became yet another
form of
aesthetic starvation. Next came girl math. Girl math videos usually feature women and girls of varying ages talking to the camera and explaining their financial rules. These rules are usually applied
Look, the only predator I want anywhere near me is either a big cat or a vampire.
Consumerism and are notably unorthodox.
I bought $20 in scratch tickets and I won $70, so I made $70.
These videos can either be filmed solo with a girlfriend or
Karen, it's not bad, nor is it just about sexual fantasy. It's so much more than that.
Most interestingly, with a man.
Twilight is a Mormon book.
In the latter, the men are usually depicted as objective and financially literate, especially juxtaposed with the woman who is explaining unconventional financial rules.
No, because you had to spend the money the first time.
No, but then the second time it's free because it's no extra money. Or like if you pay for cash with something.
Months later, in late 2023 and through 2024, a new trend took hold. Girl dinner and girl math was backdropped by the phrase, "I'm just a girl."
Well, so that's the thing, Bulletproof Bullet. These were words that came out and they were innocent. These were terms that were applied by just like teenagers on the internet, and they were co-opted.
Incidentally, this phrase goes back decades.
In 1995, No Doubt released their third
I can't play this one again, but you guys know the I'm Just a Girl song. I'm sure you do. We can skip that bit.
But for now, just know that a soundbite of this song became the anthem
Ew, I
of
hate
the
mushrooms.
trend. Alongside it, users also began clipping this scene from 1999's Notting Hill, where Julia Roberts' character tells Hugh Grant's,
It is. It can be. That's the thing. A lot of women are, we're about to see several examples of it being weaponized by women. Not to say this is a problem that's male specific. This is a problem that both affects men and women and is a product of a outside group, a political motivation being infused into just regular everyday discourse without people being aware of it.
Videos within this trend range anywhere from a woman
But yes, this is not a good thing to do.
Practices
like I'm just a girl after you crash your car. Like that's you are making this worse. Stop doing that. But it is a potent weaponized tool.
In this trend range anywhere
Men do
from
this
a
all the
woman
time
or
too.
girl
It's
having
called
poor driving
weaponized
practices, like hitting a curb
not
or
ignorance.
wrecking a car, to being uninformed.
Being a girl is one of the hardest jobs on the planet. Like, I assume it's much harder than being an engineer. And by the way, I don't know what
This
an
is
engineer
rage bait.
does, but I don't need to because I'm just a girl.
Or simply
That
just
was certainly rage bait.
Being susceptible to consumerist propaganda. Further, these videos tend to posit that because someone is just a girl, they can't or shouldn't be expected to do things
mushrooms
for themselves. At least not properly.
These girl trends have become sacred to those who participate within them. They're seen as a way to reclaim and participate within girlhood, regardless of age.
On TikTok, Girlhood is depicted as cinematic, glittery companionship and shards.
Notice how like you don't see any black women here.
Lessons that make up one shiny core memory. Women and girls post videos about doing each other's makeup, talking about crushes, and dancing on the beach.
Look, Marquis, you can like your mushrooms. I think they're gross and I don't want to eat them. And The Last of Us scares the shit out of me. Keep your mycology to yourself.
Some of it depends on gender essentialism. A lot more of it depends on romanticizing a very specific and brief period of one's life. Women and girls wish to be in this one cosmic perfect place.
This is not something that is specific to women. Everyone wants to be in that one perfect time of their life. Even like men do, although they often misinterpret what they actually want, because this system, the exact system that we're watching, has a different effect on men than it does on women. There's a specific like outcome here in the end that all of this leads to.
Forever. Young and vital, happy and carefree.
I mean, you generalized every group with 15 videos with the same themes? What do you mean by that?
The girl trends are really an extension of this wish. A digital way to hold on to something that is undeniably waning, but presented to us as a magical core piece of our identity. Despite most of the participants of the Girlaissance being older teens and women in their 20s, they wish to remain a girl forever. Connie Morrison argues that in our modern age, we use pop culture and social media as a way to
let me move my camera.
When it comes to the viral girl trends, women and girls utilize them as a way to reassert and to redefine their feminine identity. Social media becomes a way to renegotiate gender, and more specifically, it serves as an idealistic space for women and girls
Send it back, guys. I'll have a look.
Experiences. This is significant for two reasons. The first reason is that women and girls have very little space to construct and articulate their identities, especially without scrutiny. Since girlhood has become a burning topic in society, that also means that women and girls have become even bigger targets for criticism and consumerism.
We saw this throughout the election, of course. I'll watch your video after, it's quite short.
Everything they create, every trend, aesthetic, and belief is questioned by the public and then co-opted by the market, only then to be sold back to them. In order to avoid
hey look, we're getting into capitalism.
Being criticized or co-opted, Harris argues that women and girls seek out marginal spaces. These marginal spaces are where we express ourselves, the good, the bad, the ugly. But it doesn't always work in our favor. Since Harris's article was published in 2003, their idea of a marginal space is a zine or a blog. Great mediums, still alive today.
God, I miss Tumblr. All right, here, let's have a look at this. BBC doesn't copyright, right? Yeah. This is like obviously supposed to be a joke, but this kind of is how American like men and women are going, like in the direction, at least with Trump supporting white people age 40 or over living in rural United States, not in major cities. This pretty much already is the case. Without the laugh track,
her brain suddenly overloads.
I would just imagine this is like BBC educational stuff for kids in the era.
Information. She becomes frantically and absurdly deranged. Look at these venomous hadidans.
I am frankly fucking deranged.
But I would argue that social media has become our main marginal space for self-expression, which sounds oxymoronic, I'm aware, but that's kind of my point. Despite there being like a gazillion people here, we tend to comprehend social media and the internet as some sort of void. We speak about ourselves freely, forgetting that millions of people can potentially see it. This creates an easy path for marketers and PhD level haters to infiltrate and target the feminine demographic. Take girl dinner, for instance. It started as like this trend amongst what felt like an intimate niche. Women, girls, and otherwise femmes felt like they were sharing a silly yet unifying moment about the primal joys of scavenging. And then in one fell swoop, Popeyes capitalized on the trend by creating an entire ad campaign centered around their side dishes, including their dry-ass biscuits. Just like with girlhood.
it's all roads lead back to capitalism. I do love me some shoes and buying and complaining, especially about the shoes. Remember how they used to be back in the day? Malaysia knew how to make shoes. Yeah, it must suck to be a dude. You guys get really bad, like, clothing these days. I'm surprised you made it that far. I could have made it further, but I didn't really think it was relevant, and this one's quite long. I do need to pee in a second, though. I don't remember this. Maybe it's because I don't eat fast food usually or watch TV. Neither do I, and I didn't see it because we don't have Popeyes in Australia, but, like, that wasn't the only one. I'm a PhD-level hater of maggots. Me too. All right, 2 seconds, and we'll continue back. It's all frustrated men phantoming their interpretation of, phantom miming their interpretation. True. I was gonna say I brought you a gift, but the gift is already there. He's already here. And yes, fashion is kind of a clusterfuck. I mean, you know, dye workwear is great on Twitter. Now then, let's continue on.
As a whole, these girl trends are easily picked up by the mainstream and then are ceaselessly interrogated, commodified, and scrutinized with little care as to why these trends exist or what their impact is on the culture. Girlhood and its extensions are being forever stolen from the community. And that's the second reason why the Girlaissance is so sacred to those who participate within it, and why they defend it so fervently. Women and girls have a complex relationship with girlhood in that they protect it, they value it, but they're also forcibly separated from it. This separation occurs for many reasons. Misogyny and its various manifestations like misogynoir and transmisogyny.
Misogynoir is such a good word.
There's classism, imperialism, capitalism, ableism. I could keep going.
All of it ties back to
Many people are
capitalism.
promised the joys of girlhood, yet aren't allowed to be seen as girls. They're never protected. They're never allowed innocence. In my latest newsletter, I asked my subscribers what makes girlhood so special. And
Oops, sorry for being so woke that I'm transing your gender.
This current iteration of the girl renaissance so important. The submissions were divided down
It's important. It ties into men too.
Trends and our obsession with girlhood as infantilizing. Others painted a vivid image of reclaiming a stolen childhood. People talked about being sexualized at an early age and being forced to have adult responsibilities as a child. They talked about being
It's an interesting topic because it's nuanced. It's not black and white. There is no yes or no answer. Some of these are important and some of these points can be applied in different ways, but they're not.
Excluded from girlhood.
They're specifically
race
used.
Or class. Trans women, particularly Dylan Mulvaney, have also talked about using the language of girlhood to reclaim their relationship to femininity and to emphasize trans joy. Overall, these experiences put faces and words to what Toni Morrison has called peripheral little girls. These girls had their stories effectively wiped clean from the narrative of girlhood. And so many people consider the Girlaissance a way to reclaim that identity.
Whereas I consider this more of a continuation of embodiment of gender roles being not only more established in the current discourse using different words that distinguish them from older methods of doing the exact same thing, but then enforcing these gender roles in the same exact way. I think the left and feminists in general have sort of failed to weaponize femininity after it became unpopular. We did. We failed to, it comes from a lack of idea of messaging. It's the liberals again, but this last election, right? Kamala Harris ran a women's campaign, but even that she did shittily. So
their relationship.
It is true.
And youth. The girl
Whereas the right has
so
absolutely
sacred,
weaponized this
so
properly.
protected that a lot of people want to let it remain unchallenged. The girls of the world want to be finally left alone so they can decide and curate their own experiences without having the rest of us press to the glass of their enclosure. In my newsletter inbox alone, there's numerous calls for an end to the autopsy. Let girls live. Let girls do what they want to do.
This doesn't fix anything, though.
A part this big understands the defensiveness. But another part of me, a part that has made me really not fun at parties, is incapable of just accepting this narrative and moving on.
Same, girl, same.
I would argue that the girl-assance can be used as a safe space to reclaim a lost girlhood. It doesn't necessarily follow that the trend is inherently harmless. At the very
Bulletproof bullet. They are doing, like, the right has now taken femininity and is using it to make women go back into the kitchen and under our father's watchful eye. They are using the tools that we failed to use against the idea that we originally developed the tools for.
At least it's not as inclusive
She ran a Republican
radical
campaign
as it's said to be. If Anita Harris is right, and our analysis of girlhood is an analysis of society, then the girl trends mean more than we're willing to admit. I would argue that they speak to the way late-stage capitalism has disillusioned us and has forced large swaths of people to retreat to simpler times as a mean of escape.
Peasant brain shit.
They speak to the misogynistic nature of our culture that incentivizes and convinces women to do the retreating, especially when said retreating is towards conservative ideals of femininity. And I mean, that sounds silly to say, right? How can funny jokes about girlhood on the internet matter
we did.
that much?
That like, I'm not like other girls trend did produce that feeling of it feels like being called pretty is contextually it could feel good, it could feel bad, it could feel infantilizing, but all of it comes from this mishmash of various different messaging from all these different sides. I mean, to be fair, like the idea of being a woman has been on trial for the last couple of years because obviously there's trans women, black women, like just generally people of color that even lean femme, but also non-binaries. There is all of this argument and discourse over what is a woman that a lot of people just want to simplify to, I'm just a girl, leave me alone. And that's a good way to start and control a population without really having to do much, is make the population submit control, because it's just so frustrating that this is easier. A lot of feminists conflate being homely with being a good feminist, and it's strange. A lot of people are fucking stupid, Bulletproof Bullet.
But maybe that's not the question.
Yeah, shout out to Ambies.
The question is, what are you unwilling to see? What are the politics of the girl-assance that you are simply unconscious to? Let's start with semantics. I know my straw looks gross, don't mention it. This is arguably the most polarizing topic of the debate, even if it's one of the smaller aspects. Some scholars have argued that calling oneself a girl when you are of adult age is a form of infantilization. This is due to a mix of cultural, linguistic, and gender-based factors.
I would argue that this is factually correct, but in function, not necessarily, because we don't use words based on their definite meaning. We colloquially change them, and this can be true depending on the context that it's used in.
On the other hand, user bunch of numbers on TikTok says, fuck you, this isn't true.
Fat Gaz, no woman finds you holding a door open or pulling like the chair out as offensive. I've never seen that happen in my life. The people who say that happen are lying to you. I've never seen an instance of that ever.
Die slow.
Yeah, I couldn't play the song. It's in the video, but
I mean, it's hard to, both sides have a way with words, but for dumb to, so TikTok says, fuck you, this isn't true, die slow. So I mean, it's hard to, you know, both sides have a way with words. But for
it's not offensive at all.
Let's consider the first argument anyways. While the term girl varies in meaning based off culture and context, the most common use and the dictionary definition refers to a feminine child or adolescent. Heather J. MacArthur argues that, especially in Western countries and strictly within a legal context—
Oh, but that's just German culture on splitting the bill. Like even like in Turkey, when you say like, oh, let's split the bill, you say, let's do it German style.
An adult refers to someone who is 18 years or older. By way of contrast, a child is someone who is 17 years or younger. When we apply this age range to the girlissance, and more specifically to the girl trends, we see an interesting pattern. It's clear that a decent portion of participants are people in their late teens, primarily 17 through 19. But a much more prominent demographic is women in their 20s. Anecdotally, I would say these women are between 23 and 28. Using MacArthur's argument, it would be a form of linguistic—
1 in 65? Yeah, that's a big problem.
Infantilization to call this second group girls. And yet this second group is arguably the most vocal participants in the girl renaissance. MacArthur's argument may be—
That's the difference between British and German culture, Batgaz. That's just like a thing. Germans split the bill. That's just how it is. You were brought up with chivalry instilled into you, which is old school patriarchal mentality. And some of it is good. Some of it is bad. I've called out some of your opinions before that I disagree with, but some that I do. Yeah, don't do that in Germany, but it's the context of where you are, who you live with, the material conditions in which you exist, and how you engage with them. But no woman is ever going to get mad at you for holding the door open for them, or for pulling their chair out and like for when they go to sit down at dinner. That's never going to happen. Ever. That's never going to happen. I promise you.
Unconvincing to you so far. I mean, so far it's kind of unconvincing me. I don't believe that the term girl is inherently infantilizing, precisely because we don't live in a dictionary. Language evolves based on culture and context. The way we use and understand words sometimes has nothing to do with their proper definition and everything to do with their cultural one. Like
we've had this argument the term girl with communism, bulletproof bullet.
Not used exclusively for children. It could be used as a way to address friends. It could be used as a form of endearment. It can even be used to indicate tone.
Girl, please. No. Sorry. Next.
Girl, please. Girl, don't do it. It's not worth it.
She kept giving him girl, yeah.
Okay, my apologies, Miss Girl.
Miss who?
When I say girl,
Miss who?
I'm not thinking of gender, let alone age. It's more of a neutral sentence enhancement. Some have even argued that outside of AAVE, girl can be used as a verb or an adjective, not just a feminine noun. Our culture has attempted to absorb and redefine what this word means, especially on the internet. Most people don't use it maliciously or as a way to infantilize. But there are other areas where MacArthur's argument makes sense. Even if you believe that the term girl varies across cultures and contexts, it's undeniable that this linguistic debate only applies to women and girls.
Does not extend to men.
What I mean by that is men are rarely called boys, and you don't see many debates about why doing so would be infantilizing.
There are specific instances, and none of them are infantilizing.
Everyone already accepts that it is. To call a man a boy is to disrespectfully challenge his authority and manhood.
Aside from in the positive context, it's not ever infantilizing when used in the positive context. But yes, she's right. Generally, it is a challenge to authority. Like, boy, what you doing? Like in the South.
To disrespectfully challenge his authority and manhood. Even when men are
This is true. Yeah, no
boys,
group is a monolith. Not a single group. And again, there are women who also do this and perpetuate this, and there are men that do this and perpetuate this. The issue isn't men or women. The issue is education. The issue is we need to talk about the discourse. I mean, to learn about it. Some of you aren't, like, have never even heard the words girl math or girl dinner before. So enlightenment can lead to conversation and critical thinking, which will lead to change. That's the point here. It's not to blame any particular group.
Only ever used to denote a temporary existence. And by that, I mean, these phrases do not define a man's identity. Take the phrases, boys will be boys and going out with the boys, as an example. As MacArthur notes, the second phrase is used as a way to suggest an air of adolescent frivolity and irresponsibility, but it's temporary. You can crack a cold one with the boys, but everyone, you included, knows that you're still a man.
It's
no
not
one at
gay
the
if it's
bar
the
or at
boys.
the sporting event is going to call you a boy, unless they want to fight. I don't know. The same goes for the first phrase.
Yeah, I feel like that would be like throw hands language at that
Another
point.
temporary existence, pulled out of someone's ass when they want to be unaccountable for their actions. They're often terrible, heinous actions. Neither of these phrases seek to fruitfully define or alter a man's adult status. But this logic doesn't apply to women. Women are girls forever, regardless of age and regardless of context. There's no such thing as a temporary infantile state for women. So what the fuck?
By the way, I'm not talking a lot because A, I mean, she's killing it and I don't disagree, but B, I'm also trying to conserve like my voice, and I'll go into things obviously when I see them, but if I'm sitting here quiet, it's because she's correct.
All of this mean? This gender gap speaks to a wider cultural issue. To get old as a woman is to lose value, especially within a conservative, patriarchal society. Men, on the other hand, are expected and encouraged to age. They're christened into manhood when they're still adolescents, while women live and die as little girls. It's a belief rooted in misogyny. If we look at this debate through a gendered lens, the term girl becomes less neutral or culturally malleable, as we previously argued. Maybe MacArthur was onto something, and maybe the only thing user bunch of numbers is online. Looking at it from a gendered perspective, the term girl comes preloaded with misogynistic connotations. And as such, we're unable to fully shake it of its adolescent signifiers. Not only does the term girl refer to adolescence, but within a misogynistic culture, it implies immaturity, frivolity, innocence, and irresponsibility.
Which is where the I'm just a girl can be used to weaponize, because it's the frivolity, the innocence, the irresponsibility.
In that case, when we call a woman a
being extremely pretty while dissecting complex topics is an aesthetic, and yeah, she's killing it.
Girl,
I have honey in my tea.
Might actually
right
be
here,
infantilizing her. We're denying her of her adulthood. That brings us back to the Girlaissance and the most vocal participants within it.
Shout out to Cat Piss, my mod, for getting me tea for Christmas.
The 20 to 30 somethings. MacArthur argues that calling women in their 20s and 30s girl is damaging, precisely because these women are still forming their adult identity.
By the way, all of these videos now are being filmed by men to make fun of women using this language. Now this is where we've gotten to.
Is
again,
damaging, precisely because these women are still forming their adult identity. They're figuring out what it means to have more responsibility and more agency than they did as children. And so using the term girl strips them of their budding adult identity and makes them feel less mature and responsible. In the minds of
we should just teach that all human beings are equal and deserve like rights, respect, happiness, and that we should empathize and respect all human beings in general in school. We need to teach empathy in school.
Bunch of numbers. This argument is not enough. Language alone doesn't prove that the Girlaissance is infantilizing. What about that context and culture we were talking about earlier? Doesn't that count? Doesn't that give the movement the benefit of the doubt? Well, yes, actually it does. It's possible that those who use the term girl aren't using it as a way to inherently infantilize. Good for them. But as MacArthur noted, the impact might outweigh the intent, though.
That's what I mean. This is a method that's being weaponized because many of the people that are saying this are young, politically unaffiliated, brain-dead TikTok users.
Will like this answer either. None of this matters anyway. The entire trend is satire. No one is taking it seriously.
Well, the right is.
Damn. I mean, when you put it like that... No, wait, you're still wrong. Let's consider the definition of satire before we go swinging it around willy-nilly on the internet. Satire does not just refer to something that is comedic. For something to be satirical, it has to present a subject for censure or criticism, often with the goal of changing a behavior or a culture.
Again, people need to learn the meanings of words before they use them. She does have such a pleasant voice delivery. I just found her channel yesterday. 10 out of 10. Definitely give her a follow.
Mocking something, by using sarcasm, by over-exaggerating something, and so on. The Girlissant, on the other hand, does not fit this definition. The participants don't want you to criticize them, the Girlissants, or even the subject of their videos, that is, gender stereotypes. Furthermore, there's no
I don't think that's
evidence
true, Bulletproof Bullet. I don't necessarily think that's true. I think women face less social consequences for making mistakes publicly, but they definitely don't face fewer consequences overall.
Girlissant is satirical. Good satire is sometimes hard to point out, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Satire still uses certain devices to hint at itself. On the internet, satire is especially hard to identify. Poe's law dictates that without clear tone indication, things on the internet will naturally be read as sincere. To get around this, you can use tone tags, sarcastic emoticons / emojis.
Oh yes, and that's what I mean by social consequences, but like consequences, you still, depending on the context, it changes. And also, you still have to pay for it. You just get extra people mad at you. But yeah, I also always use women to get change from stores because they never give me change. Really? They never give you change? That's weird.
Ironic hashtags. For the most part, these are not present within the Girlissants. I'm not saying that satire has to teabag me across the chin sensual style for me to get it. Subtlety works just fine. But not even that is present. To be fair, in girl math videos, people do sometimes laugh, and they do sometimes use incongruity to imply satire. But the overall sentiment within the niche prevails that, while silly,
it's definitely not precise or fiscally responsible, but to me and many other girls, it makes complete sense.
Girl math is still relatable and real, meaning that the participants aren't mocking their subjects, which are consumerism and feminine stereotypes. They're reinforcing them.
Which is not
the only
satire.
Other clear example of satire in the movement is the use of the song Just a Girl by No Doubt.
Can't play it. Yes, we all know this. Stefani would get men in the audience whom she referred to as boys sing the chorus of the song in an infantilized way. She would then get the women to sing with much more aggression. Fuck you, I'm a girl. That's based.
Use this is clear. The Just a Girl trend is less clear. It doesn't even use the satirical parts of the song. It just
Fatcast, did you just say the word fisticuffs, like unironically? Because if you did, I love you.
Part where Stefani is assuming the identity of a helpless girl. So satire, I don't think so.
No, this is
But
weaponization.
if you want to talk about irony in relation to this video's arguments, you got me. I have an ad coming up. And now a word from today's sponsor, Parade.
We're gonna watch
has a
her
wide
ad.
assortment of undergarments and apparel, which could be of use to you. If you
Literally nowhere in the USA can they retract or hold back change. You must be off the USA. I mean, yes.
Scoop bralette. This is the item I reach for the most out of all of my
I'm
garments.
sorry, I can't
wear
watch
it
your
so-
ad because it's not relevant to any of my viewers, but please drop this person a follow. They're excellent. Now we get into conservatism and how this goes into the capitalistic model that's exploitation is the end goal, and using this from... did you not know that I live in Australia?
So,
using
beyond
this,
just
we can
using
see
infantilizing
how
language,
capitalism
the Girlissant
exploits
also
this.
employs negative gender stereotypes. To achieve this, the movement depends on gender essentialism. I know. That's a big word for Elmo.
Balsamic vinegar?
That's a big
word for Elmo.
Gender essentialism is just a fancy way of saying that you think gender makes people
This is also where like half of trans misogyny comes from.
fundamentally different. And if they're assigned a certain sex, then they have these
Oh, there we go. Beat
unchangeable
me to it.
qualities that align with their apparent gender. For instance, you might believe that someone assigned male is inherently a man, and they have immutable masculine behaviors and traits. They're biologically inclined to like football, drink beer, and avoid their feelings.
This is why I'm a gender abolitionist.
You apply the same logic to females and femininity. Gender essentialism conflates biology and culture, sex and gender. It gets turfy really quick and often disregards the diversity of both gender and sex. Gender essentialism also depends on gender stereotypes in order to classify people. Men aren't—
Gender like only exists as a social construct. We have no need for it, so yeah.
Biologically inclined to like beer, but it's a stereotype that feeds and normalizes the gender binary. When we look at the girl-assance, and more specifically the viral girl trends, we see that gender stereotypes—
Damn, yeah, this video bored the shit out of you guys, but that's okay. The ones that are here are the real OGs, the ones that actually want to learn.
Are the foundation of the movement, especially the stereotypes we talked about earlier, where femininity is associated with immaturity and docility. This association goes beyond linguistics. Within a patriarchal system, women are considered a child race. This means that they are viewed inherently as—
Shardspork, as I said, it depends contextually into what happened, where it happened, how it happened, the people who are there who are trying to hold you accountable, their own personal biases and feelings, your behavior and how you react. All of these factors go into it. There is no black and white there. I don't have any citations that say one over the other, but I'm inclined to believe that this is not a black and white matter. And you can't really point at one group or another and say they face less consequences, because I think it's all contextual and based in your country as well.
Subordinate or childlike, which requires the patronizing and violent hand of their fathers to correct and guide them. This paternalism varies based on a bunch of different social identities, including race, class, and culture. For instance, Black people are also considered a child race. During the colonial era, white supremacists used science—
The N-word is a child in his nature, and the white man is to him as a father. Of course, yeah, that's the kind of shit
to
they
justify
said.
their enslavement.
Here's the source, Rolo.t 2018, The Color of Childhood.
Of Black people, stating that our skin color made us inherently ownable. This led to the tradition of white supremacists calling Black men boys and Black women girls, regardless of age. Speaking of women, because Black women sit at an intersection of racism and misogyny, the white supremacist heteropatriarchy views us as both infantile and—
words that just chase off every right-winger.
Adultified. We're not allowed to relate to girlhood because that's historically associated with whiteness, and yet we're still viewed as children. Our opinions are devalued. Our speech is said to be uneducated babble. Ask me how I know. And at the same time—
Yeah, do you know how many times I get comments on my videos saying word salad? That's a direct correlation to not only this, but also to Kamala Harris. If pretty privilege wasn't a thing, it wouldn't be— well, no, pretty privilege is a thing, but not all girls get pretty privilege. Ugly girls don't get pretty privilege. Non-binary people don't get pretty privilege. It's pretty privilege is also contextual because it's not objective, it's subjective. It's based on whether the people think you're pretty or not.
Time, Black women are forcibly adultified. We're hypersexualized. We're told that we're inhumanely strong, and we're afforded more responsibility than others. More generally, women are viewed as property under the white supremacist—
Yeah, I've never heard that one.
They're depicted as naive, emotional, powerless, and in need of paternalistic guidance. White women especially were beholden to the house instead of to the workplace as men were. After all, the house is where the children reside.
Yeah, men get pretty privilege too. I would call that more just like privilege. Just attractive men don't get pretty privilege. They just get extra privilege on top of male privilege. Nicely sewn into Black liberation, peaceful, genuine, earnest movement into all this, which is stitched into this significant portion of the century since the 1600s. True, all of this goes into that.
People of color, women couldn't age out of their infantile condition. they were forever children.
If you want to apply pretty privilege to men and women, that's fine, that works. I just think that, like, you don't really need to add the pretty for privilege for men, just because if they're attractive, it's already assumed that it's in the rest of their privilege, but that's a matter of semantics and wordplay, and it doesn't necessarily matter. Misogyny absolutely plays a role into racist casting.
It was used to justify systematic misogyny, wherein white women especially were not allowed to work, women as a whole did not own bank accounts, and their entire identity depended upon their husbands and fathers. Again, obviously there's racial layers to this. Despite being infantilized, black women weren't historically relegated to the house the same way white women were, especially impoverished black women. They had to work, and even earlier than that, black women were not protected.
I've never even heard
slavery.
it, Bulletproof Bullet, that's all I'm saying.
Physically, sexually, and mentally by their enslavers, but also by their partners. This complex rendering of gender and race bleeds out from history and into the girl-assance. Within the viral girl trends, we see that negative feminine stereotypes are enthusiastically maintained. What's more is that the girl-assance has conservative undertones.
Undertones, yeah, some might
even say Republican. It tends
overtones
to exclude and alienate anyone who isn't a white, cis, middle-class woman. Let's start with the feminine gendered stereotypes. That one will make me slightly less irritated. Girl math is probably one of the most viral girl trends of the Renaissance, and it uses stereotypes to feed its success. As Chelsea R. Hewitt notes, women are taught to believe that they are less capable at math than men are. In the girl math trend, women discuss subjective, silly, and at times financially questionable rules they have for consumerism. These rules don't make sense, and they don't have to. That's the brilliance of girl math. As Nina Banks argues in their article, girl math is definitely not—
No, I agree. Bulletproof Bullet. It's just the term I haven't heard, but that it's just privilege for being a woman. That you get to use over men. It's still the same idea of weaponized incompetence, weaponized innocence, weaponized irresponsibility. It comes from these same ideas. And again, as we said, no group is a monolith. These ideas are both used both by men and women to perpetuate this exact method of control, this method of censorship, this method of infantilization, because it makes people feel safer. Men do get a pass in other situations. It, again, is contextual. Nothing is black and white. If a guy wanted to protect and provide the very best standard of living he could, how could a woman find this offensive? If they don't want that. It's not offensive. Not like women don't find shit offensive like that. Again, I've never met a woman who would find it offensive if they met a guy who wanted to protect and provide the best standard of living for them. Never in my life. That does not happen. This is messaging that the right wing puts out to create incels. It's not real. It's a fantasy. It's a hallucination, a delusion. No one does that. Most women would find that, like, charming unless they're not attracted to you or they're not attracted to men in general. Or maybe some women just want to provide themselves. Maybe they want to provide you and protect you with the best standard of living that they can provide, and you be the house husband. Maybe they want that and it's not their it's cup of tea. But that doesn't mean they're going to find it offensive. No one finds that kind of stuff offensive.
Not precise or fiscally responsible. But to me and many girls, it makes complete sense. Based on context clues and language, girl math is implied to be illogical.
But next step.
Even in this TikTok comment where someone is defending girl
with peace and love, the very definition of infantilization does not fit whatever you attempt to make it to. Girl dinner equals women equals snack boards, typically containing cheese, fruit, etc. Girl math equals bad math, usually to justify purchases. This is how it started, but then it's been co-opted.
Math from accusations of infantilization.
Let me know if you find one, good guy Dari.
Bad math. Furthermore, girl math videos are often filmed in front of men.
That as well, Arberlin.
A woman will have her dad, brother, or partner in the background of the video in order to catch his reaction. Usually these men are frustrated, incredulous, or downright skeptical of the math presented. By optics alone, these videos position men as the objective, logical, and financially responsible ones, while the women are positioned as the frivolous, naive, and financially dense ones. When it comes to
this fits
consumerism,
into the misinformation and the indoctrination that we're receiving online. This is teaching people that this is true. This is not even co-opted by the conservatives producing this. No, this is language and general culture leaning in this direction, pushing people to perpetuate these ideas.
which is the basis of the girl math trend. The
No
stereotypes
one should be in charge in a relationship, by the way. In a healthy, like, monogamous relationship, you should have equal equal amounts of power. You should be working cooperatively, not in a top-down structure. That's not how a healthy relationship would function in the modern day. Now, if you had a partner that wanted a top-down structure, then sure, go for it. But realistically, as a default, no one should be in charge.
Only get worse. Nina Banks writes, I don't think twice about walking out of Sephora with a $30 concealer. But as soon as it comes down to buying groceries, suddenly $20 is an arm and a freshly waxed leg. Oh dear God. The consumerism aspect is significant because it's yet another—
It only works with the women you've tried it with to a degree. Again, women are not a monolith, just like men aren't a monolith. A lot of women lose respect for you when you do it, then those are shitty women. Go find a better one. Unfortunately, guys, the vast majority of people are retarded, so good luck finding a happy partner. If you find one that you can manage to, like, cooperate with, maybe you can improve by going to therapy together. Go to group therapy. Maybe you communicate more. And if this person is losing respect for you, then tell them to fuck off, because this is how a healthy relationship works.
Stereotype associated with
I'm a lesbian, so I've asked a woman what she wants to eat. My ex. Do you know how I dealt with that? I just threw out, like, what I wanted to eat as an idea, and it was either usually, yeah, that, or they had a counter idea. It's so easy to not get caught in these stereotypes. Just make an idea, and if they say no, and they have no idea, you just say, okay, well, then we're doing this. And if they don't want to do that, if they don't want to do the thing that you've, if you give out an example and they say no, and you're like, okay, fine, we're going to do that. Either they apply their own brain to it and decide what they want to eat, or they go with the idea that you have put out because that's the easiest suggestion. But the issue here isn't men or women. It's people who don't want to think. It's people who don't want to decide. People who don't want introspection. People who can't force themselves to make a decision. This is all structures of capitalism and propaganda producing this. Everything we've watched in this video is part of this structure. Me and my girlfriend struggle awkwardly trying to figure out, why don't you make, like, a spinny wheel? Like, just go to the, like, arts and crafts store, go buy, like, a pin and a circular piece of paper, draw lines on it, write your favorite types of food, and then spin it when you can't decide what to eat. There you go. You can do that on an app too. Randomize it. That helps. Most of the time when you flip a coin and you want to know if you want heads or tails, you'll know which one you want when the coin's in the air. So just apply that to food. For me, and this is just my morals, a guy should be, a guy should shoulder the burden of providing and burden of all the paying of the bills so women don't have to worry about it. No, this is not yet, like, you can have that back as. There's nothing wrong with that idea. But to apply that to everybody is wrong, morally and ethically. You can have that, but some people don't want that. And also, you shouldn't have to do that. There's, like, it's unethical to me to think that you, as a man, should have to shoulder the burden of providing and paying all of the bills, unless you want to do this, and unless your partner also wants you to do this. It's not right. It's not right for you, it's not right for them. But if you both want it and you're happy with it, then go for it. That's how it comes down to. It's just a matter of engage in reality and talk to people. You'll find that it's not as bad as you think it is. Pick 3 things you want to eat, ask her which one. If she says, I don't know, just say which one you want more. Exactly, that works. Perfect. Easy, 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 easy. I also had to realize a lot of my partners were jolly damaged by being women in a sexist world. Yes, this happens. A lot of people develop negative thought processes and negative behaviors based on the context of interacting with shit like this on the internet every day. Women are often trapped by perceived expectations of being a woman. True. It's incredibly infantilizing and assumes that no, I don't think so, Shardsport, because you got to remember that Batgaz is like an older man living in England. For the context of his age and demographic and where he lives, it's quite normal to have like this chivalry idea that you were raised with, but you have to explain in a way that it's about choice. It comes down to choice, and you, both as a man or as a woman or as neither, somewhere in between all of the above, get to have a choice. That's all it comes down to, is you should get to choose, and you should be able to engage and communicate with your partners and your friends and your family and have these conversations openly, to make sense of them, to make changes accordingly, to have a happy life that is both sustainable and isn't bad for your mental health.
Femininity, you know, women be shopping or whatever. In our consumerist capitalist world, femininity is an identity you have to buy. This is often peddled to us by the beauty industry.
This is true.
Our media.
You guys know that like I put on makeup every day before stream, right? You know that like if I came on stream without makeup and like, I don't know, I had bags under my eyes because I always do, that would negatively impact my ability to market myself in the sphere of content creation in this capitalist hellscape that we live in.
And even each other. As Alexandria A argues, femininity is hyper-commodified, and this is reflected in the girl trends. In one TikTok, a user shows off their vast collection of consumer goods, especially beauty products. The caption reads, "I wonder how much money I could save if I wasn't just a girl."
A lot.
This video positions
the pink tax is a thing for a reason. Being a girl costs a lot of money.
Men or girls as powerless consumers, taken over by their feminine shopping brain. Beyond consumerism, other stereotypes associated with femininity include naivety, dependence, submissiveness, and emotion.
Why should you have to, Batgaz?
Emotionality. These are often repackaged and performed on TikTok via the just a girl trend.
No, hold on. Why should you have to over a woman? What's the difference between you and a woman that says that you should have to work and shoulder all of the burden and pay all of the bills and she shouldn't have to? Why? That's what it comes down to. Because the answer, when you try and answer why, I mean, think about it. Give me an answer. And I'll stop the video and we'll talk about it again, but I expect I already know the direction it'll go in.
Viral videos within this tag depict women as bad drivers, yet another misogynistic stereotype, and conflates
And again, not that there's anything wrong
with
with your belief. You can have that, but why should you have to?
Simple-minded, hysterical, or naive. In the world of this girl trend, women are at the mercy of the much more powerful forces surrounding them. Whether those forces are the consumer market, their parents, or their masculine partners.
But why is it your role as a man? Why does that make it your role? Why does being a man mean that you have to work and provide more so than a woman? What is the difference?
The point is that the just a girl trend posits
it's
that
this
women
is the difference. I'm trying to tell you, this is why that ideal exists. Now, yeah.
Girls are wholly defenseless and lack autonomy.
All right, let me back it up if you've lost it a little bit.
Weird and odd, but it kind of makes sense, especially when we realize which movements the Girlissance is mirroring. The Girlissance is eerily similar to the girl power movement. This was a movement spearheaded by the Spice Girls in the 90s, and arguably lasted through the 2010s. Maybe before the not like other girls discourse took hold, but I'm thinking specifically of like 2016. It was a time defined by pink hats, the Hillary Clinton brunch signs, and the
roles belong in a play to me. True.
Of feminism. It was about—
I don't think that a woman should be reduced to only child-rearing and housekeeping. I agree. But also, I don't think Batgaz thinks that either. Like, as he said that if a woman wanted to work, that she could. My more pressing question here is, why are you as a man expected to be different? The gender norms as a whole are the issue. It's not just the gender norms that are applied to women, it's also the gender norms that apply to men. They are both harmful to everybody. Gender roles in general, norms and roles are harmful towards individuals and to the collective. All of us are harmed by this because that's how I was raised. Why were you raised like that? Because I'm a man. But what were you raised to believe? What is the mentality that you're raised to believe that makes you think that you should have to provide for and protect all women? Is it that women should be child rearers and belong in the kitchen? Or is it because women can't do it themselves? Or is it because women are this like perfect being that needs to be protected at all costs? It is some variant of all of these tying together. Let's hold hands and celebrate not discussing bank accounts anymore. Because as a man, it is for me to provide and protect, not to burden the women with the chores of having to protect and provide. If a woman has to provide for me, then I failed as a man. That, I'm trying to understand where you get that idea from, though. Like, bring it down deeper. Why do you think that as a man, you have failed if the woman wants to provide for you? And also, on top of this, while protecting her from the burden of the chore of having to work and provide, she still has the chores of having to work and upkeep the house and maintain the children. That's work that she has to do that you're not protecting her from. It doesn't work that way. This is a idea that oppresses you just as much as it oppresses her in our modern context. In the past, it oppressed, the woman significantly more, but in current modern day England, that type of relationship is oppressive to both you and your wife or girlfriend, unless you are both into that idea so much that like you're both very much happy with it. Although that is not the norm, that is an exception that's rare these days. So not my belief, just great example of circular logic. Yeah, no, I'm not, nothing that you're saying is telling me that like you have misogyny as in the forefront of your mind. I'm just more trying to explain how the mentality of chivalry in and of itself is misogyny and oppresses you. If a woman has to provide for me, I failed as a man, so I failed as a man because my mom provided for me, or maybe my girlfriend paid for dinner. Well, in those instances, that could be taken in that way, and I think that that's silly. I think that that's not useful, nor is it good for you, either mentally or physically. It doesn't produce good outcomes. It doesn't make you happier. It can be useful in the sense of this is a kink. Trad wives are a kink. Some of them enjoy that. That's okay. You can have people who want to be submissive. That's fine too. But in general, if we're talking about the average person, the median person in the world, this isn't their goal in the relationship. And obviously most people don't have misogyny in the forefront of their mind, but a lot of people's views, especially people's views in places like Europe, and especially those of an older generation, do tie in these misogynistic ideals without realizing where they come from. They don't even have to have negative desire or intention, but it still produces oppression for both parties. Protecting her from the burden means she can't do those things, feels controlling, and creates an unhealthy power dynamic. Decision making is equal. This is true. Yeah, no one should ever be in charge. You should spare your life. You should share your life experiences. This is true. I agree. I just also think that going back to the idea of I failed as a man if I can't provide for a woman is bad for you, Fat Gas. That's like misogyny oppressing you, not just the woman as well. It's not healthy for anyone unless it's your kink.
About being a girl in a man's world. It was about reclaiming and weaponizing the imagery of girlhood. But it was also about depoliticizing feminism and returning femininity to the realm of conservative/capitalist politics. Girl power is considered neoliberal, which is a convoluted term, especially online.
To draw a concrete definition, neoliberalism is a set of economic and political views and policies used to administer a capitalist state, which is characterized by attacks on or even the total destruction of many previous concessions to the working class, welfare, and other social programs.
Not only that, but girl power is also post-feminist.
And also, like Fat Gas, you say no one should ever be in charge. What if you want someone in charge? What if you're a man who's really into strong, powerful, dominating women? What if you want to be submissive to a woman? Does that mean you failed as a man? Does that make you less of a man? Just out of curiosity, how does that apply into that mentality?
That it exists alongside the idea that feminism is so over. Everyone already has rights now, so
oh yes, the end of
deemed
history, of course.
Unnecessary. Bay argues that the girl power movement removed girls and girlhood from the domain of being strong, proactive, and smart to that of being sexualized, individualistic, and eternal beauty oriented. That's a big word for Elmo. What's more is that the girl power movement was largely consumerist and was uncritically accepted by the public. As Anita Harris argued, the movement was co-opted and simultaneously created by capitalism. It was used as a way to make women and girls
If I had a woman who I was in love with, and then it is for me to provide her with the easiest life possible, keep her safe. Okay, what if you were in love with this woman, and what would make her happy is to have, like, control in the sense of she wants to provide for you, she wants you to be submissive to her. Does that, and let's say in this context, take out your own personal feelings. Let's say you're okay with that. What does that mean to you as a man? Is this person who wants a dominant woman who provides for him because she wants to, less of a man? Does not have to worry about making decisions clash. It doesn't work, Arberlin, but that's like a step ahead. This is we have to build up to that idea because all of these are based in deeply, deeply rooted, multifaceted ideas that touch on several different things. This is all intergenerational conditioning that even some of us probably in my age group also still have. There's a whole bunch of things that you're required to do for women, and if you fail, it has real social and relationship consequences. The same can apply to men. If I'm walking with you and a guy jumps out to stab us, I have to take that hit, and if I don't, I'll be ashamed. If you're walking with me and a guy jumped out to try and stab us, I would put him on the ground before you could do anything. Just so you know, because I can do that. I've learned how to do that. That guy would have that knife out of his hand in less than a second, and he would be on his ass on the ground. Does that mean you would feel shamed because, like, I took taekwondo and sword fighting and can do archery? No. I won't be ashamed. I'll publicly be shamed. Ah, I see. Okay, yes, that I can see. The social consequences, but that's just still misogyny perpetuating itself. That's an example of why what I'm saying is correct, because that's the problem. And it's still like, we're coming back to it. The idea of women need to be protected and provided for is oppressive to not only the women, but to the men. If a woman wanted to work, then it's her choice and she should have the freedom to do so, but she shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to. That's the thing. It should apply both ways. It applies as much to you as it does to a woman. You shouldn't have to work to provide for someone else if you don't want to. People should work cooperatively as equals. There is no, I have to do this or I have failed, unless that is the applied position in your relationship structure that has been come to. Publicly shame, that's a whole other story. That is coming from other people throwing misogyny at you. I'm also pretty sure this thinking starts more fights than it does protect anyone seriously. I would agree, yeah. And it's all the ideal, but if you operate thinking that, no, you're right, sorry, I misunderstood what you meant. That does happen. Men will get shamed publicly for this, but like that still ties into this exact idea. You have to adhere to these traits because the patriarchy is inherently oppressive of everybody involved in it. Unless you're the bourgeoisie, because it's all capitalism. It's a structure of capitalism meant to control you and separate you. It's the structure of capitalism that Batgaz would have to work 80 hours a week dying, working his ass off so that his wife could pop out 3 more children who would also grow up to be wage slaves. This is all products of the capitalist mode of production.
Perfect consumers. there was merch, there was media, there was marketing campaigns. And these all served a consumer capitalist purpose. The Girlassance is the natural extension of the girl power movement. It picked up where the pink hats of 2016 left off. We became enamored with the
I do like
corporate
the
wet
idea
dream.
of we need realistic expectations, but to get to realistic expectations, we need to have realistic conversations. This is one of them, and I'm thanking you all for engaging in this incredibly long video on the subject, but it's important to shine a light on how both men and women are impacted by patriarchy, as well as everyone in between, obviously, but that's a given, because that's just oppression based off of the capitalist mode. It is work, 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 make more babies so they can also work, work, work. Like the ability to solely provide in a world that's largely geared towards dual incomes. Yeah, that's like, it is evil and unfair to expect that of somebody, of a society that's built around that idea.
That was Barbie. We surrendered our money and time to the capitalistic
Bad guys, come on, man. That's a skill issue. You know that I would knock someone out if we were walking and a villain jumped out. You shouldn't feel shame for this. You should say, oh, holy shit, that was cool, and hype her up for it. Applause. Thank you. This is not a shame thing. You should not feel ashamed. If the war comes, I get to sit in the trenches and they might send you to the ammo factory. Motherfucker, I want to be on the front line. What if I want to be on the front line, huh? Hold on, sorry. What's going on? What is that sound? Never mind. Ignore that. But like, what if I want to be on the front fucking line? That's a skill issue. Don't feel shame for losing to a girl. Hype her up. Go for it. I'll switch places with you, Bulletproof Bullet.
girl boss whims of Taylor Swift and Beyonce. Even the trends we designed for ourselves, the clean girl and the vanilla girl and the what the fuck ever girl, these are all steeped in consumer capitalism. The Girlassance is neoliberal, extremely commodified, and post-feminist. In fact, it is so post-feminist that it sometimes encroaches on anti-feminist territory. Earlier this year, Leah Mosquito
sometimes, she says, where like much of this rhetoric is anti-feminist theory, but
in defense of the just a girl trend. Not only does Mosquito use damaging dichotomous language to imply that—
Oh, I know, Averlyn, Arverlyn, I'm kind of fucking around. I don't actually want to be on the front line. I would die very fast. I have chronic pain and I'm small and weak. I can quickly like fight someone hand to hand, one-on-one, but in a situation where I have to carry heavy shit and walk for miles, I'm not gonna do great.
That womanhood is—
And yes, trench warfare is happening right now as we speak in Ukraine at the very least.
Valueless and incomparable to the joys of youth, because that's a crazy quote. They also use language to imply the trend. Not only does Mosquito use damaging—
You see, girlhood is over for me. I am now in the beginning stages of what everyone calls womanhood, an unpredictable experience that will supposedly grant me the wealth of opportunities girlhood lacked, like childbirth, pap smears, and menopause.
Dichotomous language to imply that womanhood is valueless and incomparable to the joys of youth, because that's a crazy quote. They also present interesting opinions of feminism itself, specifically how it relates to the girl renaissance.
I think right now we're seeing a very big backlash against modern day feminism.
It's all of it, Arverlyn.
I can definitely see this.
There's drones and there's people. I am very much up to date on it, and we'll cover some Russia stuff next time. But yeah, the drones are usually targeted at artillery. They're running out of ATACMS missiles as well. They have the trench warfare going. I mean, to be fair, Ukraine is winning the war, but you guys do have a lot of religious indoctrination in Britain. Yes, the Lord created men and women for different roles. Yeah, well, that's patriarchal conditioning. You're almost there, bad guys. You're understanding that it is built for you before you develop these ideas of what you feel as a man as yourself, how you identify as a man. These are instilled in you religiously. The Lord created men and women. The Lord didn't create men and women for different roles. I don't even believe in a God, sure, but for the sake of argument, why the fuck would God be a man if women produce children? Bad guys? But on top of this, why would a, like, God produce them for different purposes and then also give them the ability to do all of the same things? It's a patriarchal oppression system built to control you. If anything, trench warfare will be increasingly new meta. I agree. Wait, I thought Christianity said they made women and men equal. Not necessarily, no. But also the Bible contradicts itself, like, in several different places, so I wouldn't be surprised if it says both. Slay the dragon, cheating allowed, save the princess equals Western culture. I don't know what that means.
Feeling in modern feminism where there's a kind of pressure to be super successful as a woman. You have to desire to be a CEO, and you have to desire to be the same as a man, rather than be equal and have equal opportunities and desires and passions that are respected. Inadequacy is probably the best word for how people feel about feminism right now, Kilby said. It feels kind of out of touch for a lot of people. Kilby believes that these feelings of
holy
aggression
shit,
to
those are
girlhood
some long
have
messages.
stemmed from women's realization of the value in choice feminism, the popular belief that any choice a woman makes is inherently feminist. A lot of women are kind of rejecting this idea that womanhood means they have to be a man.
No, I'm not saying, like, you don't need to change your religious beliefs. All I need you to understand is that your beliefs on gender roles need to be addressed from the context of, oh, my religious beliefs and the indoctrination that I've received from my religion on this is impacting how I view gender roles in the modern day. And that it also oppresses you. That's all I want you to understand, is your concept is not wrong innately. This can be a healthy relationship, but in the context of one or both parties not desiring this, it is oppressive to both parties.
Anyways, I'm not saying that Mosquito's article
now I get it,
speaks to the entirety of the Girl-assance.
Mm.
I am saying, however, that the politics of the Girl-assance creates a space for Mosquito's beliefs to fester. The girl renaissance, particularly the girl trends, are influenced by the white supremacist heteropatriarchy. It implies that women are all infantile, powerless, and ignorant. It pushes the notion that women should be taken care of by their much more powerful husbands and parents. It declares that women are only good for shopping and being pretty. These beliefs are
several ideas that have been displayed in my chat throughout this video.
Situated on a rather short staircase to conservatism. The next thing you know, you're gonna start having weird opinions on race and trans people. Oh wait. That's already happening in the Girl-assance too. Since its inception, the movement has shifted to include various hierarchies of race, class, and gender. It favors the experiences of Western white women, especially women who are cis, able-bodied, neurotypical, and middle to upper class.
Surprise.
While other demographics do participate within the movement, these women are the faces of it. Their videos get the most likes, the most views, the most praise. Their narratives become the narrative. Their experiences are exalted, while women and girls of other demographics become sidelined once more. This leads to whiteness yet again becoming the default experience and narrative in the conversation of femininity and girlhood. For instance, everyone keeps using the word innocence to describe the movement. They want to return to innocence. Participants—
This is peasant brain shit. Return to innocence means return to a lack of responsibility. Religious rules are based on demographic culture. Western Christianity, South Asian Christians are basically Islam minus whips and burqas. I can't comment on whether that's exactly true or not, considering I am not a religious person, but oftentimes religion's rules are based off of demographic cultures and are used to instill ideals of capitalism and to maintain the power structures and the class structures that exist. Is this related to the trad wife trend at all? Sorry, just got here. This is the natural evolution of the trad wife trend. This is several different ways in which infantilization of girls is consistently applied to regular just things that people make up, TikTok trends, girl math, and girl dinner was how this started out, and it leads into this overall misogyny. But yes, this does tie into the trad wives. It's all the same. It's all the same.
And incorruptibility. These are words that are historically associated with whiteness and white supremacy. Black children, specifically black girls, are never afforded that identity. Neither are children of other races. Not poor children, certainly not disabled children, certainly not trans children. The Just a Girl trend similarly uses language built upon a complicated history. Participants
the Just a Girl is the culmination.
State that this trend is a response to boys will be boys. They consider it a way to shift responsibility in similar ways. However,
which is not healthy. The idea of men get to say boys will be boys and avoid accountability for their actions is bad, so we should create I'm just a girl and do the same? That's retarded. No, this is not healthy or good in any way.
Fail to see how white-centric that is. In regards to white women and to
because it doesn't apply to everyone else.
Women, the idea of being small, dainty, and just a girl has been used to justify violence and bigotry against black people for centuries. Do you remember Maya Ponsetto, the 22-year-old known as Soho Karen? She went viral in 2020 for accusing a 15-year-old black boy of stealing her phone. Spoiler, he didn't. Regardless, she physically assaulted him in front of numerous witnesses. And afterwards, do you know what she said?
Basically, I'm a 22-year-old girl.
This is supporting a two-tier justice system, but this isn't even about justice system. This is about social consequences as well. This is about social structures. This is full sociology and cultural issues all mashing in together with like capitalism, with financial issues, with religion. All of it ties into this, and all of it is producing a rightward shift towards girlhood being associated specifically with, as the author of this video said, white heteronormative misogyny.
Racism.
White heteronormative white supremacist misogyny.
How is one girl
all of it ties together
accusing a guy about a phone a crime? He's 14. That's what they're claiming.
She assaulted him.
Yeah, I'm 22. I've lived probably just the same amount of life as him.
Yeah. Furthermore, the Girlissance is cis-normative. Look at how trans women are treated in the movement when they try to reclaim girlhood the same way cis women do. They're vilified. When a trans woman starts talking about girl math or being demure,
oh yes, that too. I covered that before the election. That also ties into this. Things like calling Donald Trump daddy, like Tucker Carlson did. Daddy needs to come home and spank you. Like that's the shit that they were saying. You think that this isn't directly correlated?
Exact same thing for the past 2 years? Suddenly find gender stereotypes harmful. Trans women are not afforded the same opportunity.
This stuff gets momentum because it wasn't built on the trad wife stuff. What happened was words that young people made were co-opted by the trad wife right and are now being pushed further and further in that direction without people being aware of it. And yes, I will show you.
To be satirical or to reclaim a lost childhood the way white cis women are. The language associated with the Girlissance is almost like a dog whistle, especially when we consider who the movement prioritizes and who it seeks to oust.
This actually good.
There has to be a point at which,
speaking of perfect timing,
Dad comes home and he's pissed. Dad is pissed.
Oh, by the way, while he's saying this man has a raging erection.
He's not vengeful. He loves his children. Disobedient as they may be, he loves them. Because they're his children, they live in his house. But he's very disappointed in their behavior. And he's gonna have to let them know. He's gonna have to get to your room right now and think about what you did. And when Dad gets home, you know what he says?
That's a scary thought, Arberlin.
You've been a bad girl.
Oh.
You've been a bad little girl, and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now.
I told you he has a raging erection while he's saying this.
And no, it's not gonna hurt me more than it hurts you. No, it's not. I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna hurt you a lot more than it hurts me. And you earned this. You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl. There has...
So, yeah. That comes from this. Yeah. That one girl I did hear cheering in the back, though. Yeah, Tucker Carlson being horny on Maine. That was said at a fucking rally. That was said right before the end of the election at a fucking rally.
This leads me to believe that the Girlassance can easily be used as a tool for conservatism. The participants of the trend are uncritical of what they're consuming.
Like me when I try and be cute before sex.
They refuse to listen to
Jesus
possible
Christ.
flaws, and above all, they're disillusioned by reality.
You guys know that Grindr like crashed at the RNC because so many people at the RNC were trying to go on Grindr? This is going to hurt you more than it hurts me, yeah.
They're hurt under capitalism,
hey, I mean, no kink
and so
shaming.
They want to escape it. Rightfully so. They're burdened by growing up, and so they try to avoid it. As Mesquita wrote in their article, the participants of Girl World want an identity that can be molded like air-dry clay. They don't want to be responsible for their lives. It sounds eerily similar to past communities I've covered on this channel, especially the trad wives.
Damn.
Both the Girlassance and trad wives are characterized by their post-feminist / choice feminist / anti-feminist rhetoric. I mean, the quotes in Mesquita's article match perfectly.
A lot of women are kind of rejecting of this idea that womanhood means they have to be a man. Oh, hello, Jackson Co-Supreme.
With trad wife talking
This
points.
is not just
Both
on girl
groups
math.
feature conservative, stereotypical gender performances. Both groups spread the message of women lacking agency, knowledge, and responsibility. Both groups tend to position women as submissive in their relationships, especially when it comes to finances. I mean, hello! As silly as it sounds, I think it's important to be able to pinpoint, even within quirky internet jokes, anything that reflects conservative culture and politics.
In the US, violence from minority parents on children are seen as something to be proud of, like patriarchal joke, and it's well, actually, yes, that is a thing. That's cultural integration, though, as well, that needs to be added in to produce outcomes from that. But to be fair, before we do the cultural integration, maybe we fix the problems that are oppressing both men and women through this medium in the country. Tucker was wearing a UPVC suit under his suit and a choker chain. He's literally a joke. I don't know what those things are because I don't know men's fashion, but I'm going to take your word for it.
Politics.
You probably
we are all
have
moving
good fashion.
quickly towards hyper-conservatism, not just in the United States. Far-right movements are gaining more steam, supplemented by neoliberalism. Far-right politicians are coming back into power, and movements like the Girlassance are aiding this venture, covertly and perhaps even marginally.
Overtly,
sure,
in some cases.
But the effect is there nonetheless. The movement pushes the agenda that women shouldn't think, shouldn't have agency or responsibility for their lives. When in our current climate, women should be doing exactly that.
Yeah.
They should be resisting. They should be angry. And they should be directing that anger at the root of their problems, instead of directing it at—
Which, by the way, to be clear, is not men. It's capitalism and the patriarchal systems that keep you enslaved to the capitalist mode of production through gender roles. That's why I'm a gender abolitionist, partially at the very least. But on top of this, all of this comes back to that. It affects you as well.
Womanhood and aging and
poverty-stricken whites are also notorious for abuse of their kids. Well, I mean, that's the thing. People who are uneducated and poor are often the people that abuse their kids because they don't know any better and because they don't know how to deal with their feelings because, again, we don't have the ability to do introspection or critical thinking on a social scale, on a cultural scale, and so they do just as much. So are billionaires, but I'm just saying, true.
Wrinkles. With peace and love and a little bit of sternness, women should be growing the fuck up. And if that was a little too forward, or if this video made you mad, I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm just a girl.
Perfect ending to that. You guys understand how all of this ties together, right? How all of these systems are oppressive, but not just oppressive. That they tie into, again, this belief system. The video that we just watched produced this idea, and it also produced that girl that you're gonna hear cheering for him in the background.
To be a point at which Dad comes home, and he's pissed. Dad is pissed.
Also, yes, pedocon theory is yet to be proven untrue to me as well, Solitaire. 100% projecting his kinks, and also, like, all of that is a kink. All of it is. Trad wives are a kink. Conservatism, return to traditional gender roles, is a kink. Do I have to dismantle the patriarchy to never hear Tucker say that again? Yes, you do.
He's not vengeful.
Patriarchy is still here, so we're gonna hear him say it again. Sorry, boys.
Children, disobedient as they
and
may
girls,
be,
and
he loves
other.
them. Because they're his children, they live in his house. But he's very disappointed in their behavior. And he's gonna have to let them know. He's gonna have to get to your room right now and think about what you did. And when Dad gets home, you know what he says?
The Wall Street Journal published...
You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl, and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now. And no, it's not gonna hurt me more than it hurts you. No, it's not.
I'm pretty sure he was referring to Kamala Harris here.
I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna hurt you a lot more than it hurts me. And you earned this. You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl. There has to...
Yep. That is the product of what we just watched. Yeah, well, so that's the thing. Bulletproof Bullet. You understand. Those women are cheering because it's their kink. And that kink has been perpetuated into a cultural movement, into a political ideology by these fucking people co-opting regular old content that girls online make and then turn it into this idea of conservative traditional values propagandist bullshit. Bro, if he was talking about Kamala, that makes it even weirder. Well, this was at a campaign. This was a Turning Point USA. This was pre-election. Back to the Twilight analysis, the womanly urge to be kidnapped by sexual predators in the night. That is an aspect. Go watch the Contra video. I really wish conservatives would stop shoving their sexuality down our throats and keep it in the bedroom. True. It's like they're trying to groom children, right? Dennis the Bloody Peasant, thank you for the follow. I really wish conservatives would stop trying to groom children to be, you know, okay with getting a vigorous spanking whenever Dad's pissed. Sorry, no, that was Tucker Carlson spanking Kamala. But, you know, like, people can enjoy that. It's just the amount of... You have to be able to do this in a healthy way. For my age generation, this thing, trad wife, would have been unthinkable, untenable, hilariously mocked by all. Even the most country bumpkin, they got some wisdom put in psycho and psychosexual. Well, that's the thing. As, like, capitalism has decayed, right? Our standard of living has gone down. Things are harder. Everything is difficult. We're constantly bombarded by messaging everywhere, all the time. And so a lot of women, especially privileged women, attractive, white, cis, heteronormative women, think, well, I want to return to tradition. It didn't used to be this hard. I want to be the pinup, like, housewife. And so they enter that mentality. And I'm telling you this from experience. I was a housewife for 5 years. I was. Now, was it, like, horrible? No, not really. But am I happier now? Yes. No, knew plenty of fine hillbillies, and someone face-to-face would say to them, put a woman in their place, and they'll be like, they would jaw drop, laugh the guy off, saying names, calling him names. Well, true, that's how it should be. The thing is, we don't live in a society in which people engage cooperatively anymore. We've moved away from community. We've become too individualistic. We've shifted. You can't have too much individualism without having any collectivism. If you go too far into collectivism without having any individualism, then that breaks it too. You need to be in the middle. How can we discuss the issue of capitalism without using labels that scare uneducated people away? That's a good question. I feel like that's a great conversation to have. We should, sorry, Visora, I just can't imagine you as a trad wife. I had a very different personality about a year ago, okay? I just kind of shifted when I decided to change every part of my life. I'd be unrecognizable. You wouldn't catch me in front of a camera talking, none of that shit. Hell no. But I became based. Exactly. All right. But solitaire. I like that. Please bring that up more. We should discuss the idea of how we can talk about capitalism without using labels that scare the uneducated away. A good place to start, I guess, would be Luigi Mangione, as we talked about earlier with the health insurance industry. We covered a lot about that in the beginning of this video. I'll try and cut some of those into videos and shorts, as the last couple videos that we posted did really, really well. Thank you, by the way, to Comrade Lennon, my wonderful editor who cut those videos and made the thumbnails. Become based, get woked. I mean, to be fair, those are the same thing. And you can have both. If you want to be a submissive housewife, you can be a submissive housewife. Doesn't mean you have to have no education or power. It doesn't mean your choice should be removed from you. And not a lot of people do say this, but a lot of people would want to. I was a damn good housewife, by the way. Yeah, you can be a submissive house husband. Absolutely, Solitaire. There ain't nothing wrong with that. All of this is just based on you and the person that you're with and what makes you two happy. That should be how relationships work, an equal exchange, unless you don't want an equal exchange. People have kinks, that's fine. I was damn good at being a housewife. Some people can be. I mean, to be fair, I'm built different and I'm damn good at everything, but... Alright, I gotta pee. I'm gonna come back. We're gonna talk about something that enrages me, and then we'll see. This is my submissive house husband. Meet Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Gotta go back to work. All right, guys, if we play our cards right, we can have women working as sole income earners. Good luck with that, Bulletproof Bullet, but you know what? Give it a go. Luke Beasley went on Tim Pool, saw it. It was pretty boring to me, honestly, and I could give a fuck about Tim Pool. I'll drink wine and make waffles. Based. More voices like yours are needed on this platform. Lefty women who are, I'm guessing also feminists. It's great. Yeah, well, absolutely. I am absolutely a feminist, and I am a lefty woman, and thank you. I hope that, more of you actually join in. Put your voices onto the platform. There's so much noise coming from the right, and there's so much bullshit noise coming from the middle that means nothing, that everything on the left gets drowned out. We need more voices. We need to be louder. We need to break through. Oh my god, they're back. Okay, fine. Now you just catch a ban. Banned you before? Lefty women who are brave enough to be solo income earners are what we need. Leftist lefty women, kinda gay? I mean, I'm gay. On Twitch? Well, on Twitch and YouTube and TikTok and Instagram and literally anywhere you can. We need more left-wing voices. Left has a lot of infighting, I know, and I've been banned off here as well. By the way, if you're on Twitch, please follow me on YouTube in case I get banned again. Sometimes they get mad at me. I am trying to get like my own website up and running sometime next year so that I don't have to worry about that. I just picked up the book Marx Engels. So Capital, because you know we read Capital here every now and again, technically every other week. So I'm definitely getting sick. I can feel it in my throat, and also my brain's kind of out of it today. So I'm not going to stream tomorrow, and I'm hoping that it'll make it better. I will be back on Monday. Actually, hold on. There's one more thing that I want to talk about. This is a half-hour video. It's probably going to go on for like an hour and a half. We'll talk about this on Monday. It's the story of Joe Biden's decline. Much more frustrating than you thought. Yes, I will write. I have Nana open. Just want to see one thing first. But thank you all for tuning in. And thank you all for taking the time to, like, have some discourse on the subject. We need more of it. There's nothing innately wrong either way. But discourse and talking, that's how we make change. Oh, thank God. I really do need to stop talking now. All right. Have a lovely evening, everybody. And I'll see you next time. Although, start raid. Bye. Once it says I can raid. There we go. The one.
Yahoo, catch me under all platforms. Luke, thank you so much for being on.
Oh God, I forgot like I was here.
You look like you've been through the ringer, though. What do you got over there, Phil?
I've been up since too early. Sorry, I'm crashing hard.
I am Phil That Remains on Twix, where you can subscribe to.
Well, yeah, they always stream really late too, right? They stream at like